that's what he did. And messed up, like. He saved from up there where y'all at. He saved from New York. Well, upstate.
Upstate New York? Nah, we don't claim that.
Oh,
screaming at the top of your lungs don't make you that guy. Try to watch my style of replay, it don't make you fly. Don't take a break, cause the fake like the snake. When the big dog away, all they do is clout chase. When I enter the room, all they do is bout face. Put them lions on my back, then ball with the minister. Side put me on now, everybody wanna mimic you. Yeah, I thought I told you we the toughest here.
We be on the scene, niggas screen our shit. We the toughest you done seen, we the big boy clique. If he really want smoke, I pull up with him. Toughest environment, smoke city. I can tell by your energy, you ain't really woke. He showed up to debate, but he choked. No money in his pocket, boy broke. Shit, the only thing he can teach is hope. Kill a spider, drown a fish, stomp a rose, do something. But don't come on sa.neter with the stunt. Everybody over here getting money. Touche hit me up, told me go run it. Guess I'm Carl Lewis. You looking dumb foolish. Nigga way upstate making soft music. Boy, this the toughest environment, show you how to do it. Mr. Toughest environment, show you how to do it. We be on the scene, niggas screen our shit. We the toughest you done seen, we the big boy clique. If he really want smoke, I pull up with him. Toughest environment, smoke city. I can tell by your energy, you ain't really woke. He showed up to debate, but he choked. No money in his pocket, boy broke. Shit, the only thing he can teach is hope. We be on the scene, niggas screen our shit. We the toughest you done seen, we the big boy clique. If he really want smoke, I pull up with him. Toughest environment, smoke city. I can tell by your energy, you ain't really woke. He showed up to debate, but he choked. No money in his pocket, boy broke. Shit, the only thing he can teach is hope.
Okay. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. On the scroll, Kimmy teacher, ancient truths in the soul. Napa the queen, her crown never bends. Wisdom in her voice, the cosmos ascends. Jabari the veteran, the bass sharp as blades. Dr. Reggie from the Bronx, history's cascade. Apostle Bible soldier, scriptures in his veins. Santana general, war cries like chain. You need tough skin, where the battle begin. Source up your information, I'm a thick ass king. Hey, okay. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Okay. Hey, okay. The toughest environment, the toughest environment, the toughest environment to be in. Uncle Rage made a fire in his stare. Inky undefeated, a legend beyond compare. Moses 777, numbers align. Transfer me a prophet, stardust divine. I saw the fanboy with faith in his stride. Task after
let's sum up the video as you come in, fam. Sum it up. Let's go. Let's go.
Each voice is storm in the temple of debate where truth is born. Strings cry out, violence wail. 808's thunder breaking the veil. Human beatbox echoes through the fight. HOK warriors, their words ignite. okay.
Arguing facts, not emotions, no tears. You need thick skin just to last through the years. It's the jungle, the wild, the hardest to thrive. Only the sharpest stay breathing alive.
Elder sa.neter ruling the HOK throne. Sister Nepal stands tall in the Bible debate zone.
Lines like daggers, words cut to the bone. A battlefield of minds where legends are grown. No room for the weak, no space for retreat. Step up to the heat or fall to defeat.
You need thick skin, boss up, stop crying. Source your facts so your words start dying. Thick skin, boss up, no denying. It's the arena where truth keeps flying.
Scripts clash like swords, debates ignite.
Every word a battle, every stance a fight.
Crowns ain't given, they're earning the ring. Iron sharpens iron, only steel can swing.
You can't fold under pressure, no breaking here. Lions roam in the pit, it's a test of fear. Egos get crushed if they built on lies. Only the realest can touch these skies.
Testing 1 2 1 2. What's up, Mr. Osaze?
Peace, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm glad you made it in early. You know, that's a good look, man.
Listen.
I'm glad you made it in on time, brother. I know you're you working, man.
Yeah, it's been a very long day.
I just spoke to Tehuti. He'll be here in a minute. He's fixing his computer to get on. So let me ask you, brother, what angle are you taking, and what topic are you hoping that you can address to the people? That would be a good.
Well, I think that we should understand that it's helpful for us to begin to get clarity on what our ancient traditions have left for us, what their legacy is, what their greater meaning is. If we are truly trying to return to the source, to be those wise Africans that in many instances we can say gave civilization to the world, we have to understand their traditions. And so we are talking about, are the Kemetic deities literal? Now, I know that some of you are still going to use the word real. And I'm going to continue to tell you, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether they are real. We're talking about whether they are literal. And so that is the conversation that we're looking to have.
And when we get into it, I'm gonna ask you to explain the two to make it clear. But I want to show you something that I did over the weekend with me and Dr. Inky. And this killed it. I don't know if you've seen it, Brother Jabari.
I did not.
But I had to go over the video, and he's the one that did it. He made me do it, man, because I didn't want to do it. So I went to our old videos that we did for leading up to the debate, you know, with you and him going in.
Right.
So I went and this is what I found. Listen to this. Listen.
Believe in Bible narratives. Very, very vague. Extremely vague. I'm saying if you believe in a literal, historical Jesus Christ who was crucified, died, and was buried, if you believe that he practiced miracles, if you believe, and I'm going to get to you on this, don't think I'm not on your back on this. If you believe in the Exodus, which Jesus also mentioned, if you believe in all of those things, it is incompatible with the Kemetic condition, with the Kemetic understanding. Here's a question for you. You are actually arguing that you are going to
listen to what you say to him. Watch this. This is deep. And he looked at dumb. He looked at stupid. Listen.
Extremely vague. I'm saying if you believe in a literal, historical Jesus Christ who was crucified, died, and was buried, if you believe that he practiced miracles, If you believe, and I'm going to get to you on this, don't think I'm not on your back on this. If you believe in the Exodus, which Jesus also mentioned, if you believe in all of those things, it is incompatible with the Kemetic condition, with the Kemetic understanding. Here's a question for you.
Here's the question.
You are actually arguing that you are going to prove that Jesus Christ is a literal historical character. Are you going to do that with contemporary sources? With contemporaneous sources?
Absolutely. 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 Absolutely.
If you believe in a literal...
See, you got him right there. He made me go back to the videos.
Now, let's be clear, sa.neter.
You asked him, are you going to prove the literal historical Jesus? And he said, absolutely. You see what I'm saying? What you was going to say, Jabari?
I played that in a debate. When
No,
you...
not that part. You ain't played that part.
I did. Yes, I did.
No, I didn't hear that part.
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
I can play, I mean, I have the clip prepared. I can show you the same clip.
Oh, man. I didn't know you played that.
Yeah. I played the clip in the debate.
Mm.
In the debate. That clip. And part of the reason why I did that is because he continued to say that he was not talking about the Jesus of the Bible. I played that clip.
No, I thought you played the clip when I was asking him the question.
I did. It's shorter. But
Okay, so you played both of them.
I played 3 clips of him.
All right. Hey, Jabari, you still might have a hard time. We got to think about who you teaching here. And Matthews said, this is what Matthew said. A saw is 100% literal.
Who is Matthew Daniel?
I don't know.
Okay, so, I mean, first of all, I didn't play that in the debate. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. You know, obviously he's one of the folks that's trolling a little bit. I want to be clear. Hold on a second. I'm gonna just so you see. Here goes the now. Listen, did I clip it just now? No. Good night. Good night. I didn't clip it right now. Obviously, how could I have done that so quickly? So here is the clip that I played on the debate. So, you know, some people are going to continue to say foolishness. That's okay.
But you kind of prefaced
Segueing into the Bible conversation when we was on the phone. You said the first thing you mentioned was you didn't think that it was possible that if I believed in Bible narratives to also find value in Kemet. And you prefaced that by saying that you yourself were a Christian for a long time, and then you, for whatever reason, fell out with it, or you found out it was fake or debunked it or whatever. You know, you didn't kind of specify that, but you said you moved on to Kemet after. Could you elaborate on that?
One of the things that you're not going to be able to do,
okay,
is frame my words in a way that is helpful for your argument.
Fine.
Now, folks, I want you to listen carefully. I've been debating longer than anyone on sa.neter's platform. I guarantee you that.
Okay.
And so I hear how people frame debates, how people frame arguments. He started by saying, you said that if people believe Bible narratives, that they cannot also believe.
No, you said that to me.
Tradition. I did not say if you believe the Bible narratives, you can't be. I mean, listen to the way that's framed. I said
you posed that to me as a debate question.
Wait. I'm talking about how you framed it. And okay. You know you did. That's why you're smiling. Look at your face. You're not slick enough for this, brother.
Let's provide the clarity. Do you think?
All right. That's why you're smiling, because you thought you were going to do this, and you weren't going to see that you were doing this, and then you're going to say, aha, and that's not how this works.
Go ahead.
I am sharper than that, Inky.
Okay, go ahead. Do your thing.
Just admit that you set the lore and I walked around it, and you said, "Okay, I have to set another."
You asked me something.
Let me finish.
Okay,
Notice you said, "If you believe in Bible narratives," very, very vague, extremely vague. I'm saying if you believe in a literal, historical Jesus Christ who was crucified, died, and was buried, if you believe that he practiced miracles, if you believe, and I'm going to get to you on this, don't think I'm not on your back on this. If you believe in the Exodus, which Jesus also mentioned, if you believe in all of those things, it is incompatible with the Kemetic condition, with the Kemetic understanding, with Kemetic spirituality. That is what I said. So when you say Bible narratives, you're leaving it really vague. And I think that is one of those ways that you're going to try to stick some things in and say, Jabari said this, look at what he's saying, y'all. And that's not what I said. So I want to be really clear about what I said. And by the way, let me say this really quickly. Tony Jones, Cipher 22, a person can be a source. No, the person's words are the source. If you don't I'm muted. I'm sorry. I didn't want to echo. So now without playing the rest of it, you can see that this is the clip I played in the it's longer than the one you used, right? That's the reason why I played the short one with you asking a very specific question. But I want to be clear, I did use this in the debate. And you just have to recognize that when the rest of you see the debate, you're going to see the clip as well. Yeah. You're muted, Sa.
Tehuti, you there, brother? Hey, my man, how you doing, brother?
Peace, brother.
Hotep, okay, Mod and NS. I am here. I'm doing well. Very, very busy day. But I'm glad to be here. Glad to see both of you and everybody. And Hotep and greetings to all.
Okay, so let the people know what's going on. Family, this is not a debate. This is going to be a discussion, hopefully leading up to a debate. They're going to find out. They're going to have a nice conversation, and we're going to see what they agree with and what they don't agree with. And maybe we can come up with a powerful title for y'all and give y'all an awesome debate. All right, and so without any further ado, I'll pass the mic to you, my brother Tehuti. And you can start the conversation.
Excellent. Okay. Peace and greetings, Hetzepu, to everyone. Greetings and peace. And let me begin off by saying thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you to sa.neter for hosting this. And unfortunately, my good brother sa.neter, I'm not sure if it's still there or not, but I went to look for a video where me and Jabari first spoke, and it's not up anymore. So I need to set the premise for this conversation because the last video.
I'm sorry. What video are you talking about?
It's the video. It was called Jabari and Tehuti sit down to discuss debate topics, and it's the only video that was on sa.neter where I got to show my side of the information.
Oh, you're talking about the last week's show?
Well, there was about 4 of them last week, but yeah, with
you and Jabari, the one with you and Jabari.
Yes, that's the only one that had the where I showed video clips of the information of why I have my.
Okay, I'll go put it back up. I probably threw it on private, but I'll throw it back up for you if you want it up. If you wanted it.
Okay, yes, that's the only video that has the clips of me showing everything. So let me set.
And while y'all talk, I'll go get that now for you.
Thank you, and thank you, sa.neter, for this title. I saw the title and I was like, okay, this is something I'm comfortable with. I like. So let me tell everybody how this began. For the new people that are watching that are wondering why are me and Jabari sitting here, why we could have done it last week. He could have rushed and done it from where he was. He said he was in Florida. I said I want him to be in his room, this exact room right here, where he has access to all of his. If we're talking, I want him to be able to reach back, pull things, and not on a vacation, not on a trip where he's, where he's not in his most comfortable position. So how this started was sa.neter is very excited for me and Jabari to have a specific topic debate, of which I declined for the premise that I stand on. I said I will debate Jabari, but me nor Jabari are thinking of each other. Jabari is not sitting in the shrine of Ma'at, wondering how can I plot to get this Tehuti. I need a topic now. Students, tell me what should I. So, and I'm not sitting in the house of a tent saying we're gonna get Jabari this time. So none of us were thinking about each other. But sa.neter wanted us to discuss a particular topic, and I said I will only discuss that topic if we honor what the past was. That was stated that if we do have that specific topic, then it has to be called what it was said it was going to be called, which was a rematch. Anyways, we went through a whole week of that, and since that's not what it's going to be called, now me and Jabari are going to sit. We don't know anything about each other's teachings, really. And we're going to sit and talk. And I said to sa.neter, here's an idea. Since we don't watch each other's videos, we don't really have any topics. One of the best things we can do, we'll talk for a little bit, then we can invite the audience up, and the audience can ask us each a question on our beliefs or something, and it can come organically. And then once each of us starts talking, Jabari can listen, or I can listen and say, I agree with that, or no, I don't agree with that. Maybe that could spice up. If it's something small, it's not big enough for a debate. But if it's something big, we can say, oh, there it is. Let's do a debate on this. And I said, if not, guess what happens? Me and Jabari end up having a build, answering the people's questions, and people get comedic and other information, and who knows what will happen in the future. I said, so no matter what, it's a win-win. Whether it turns into a debate topic or not, people are going to walk away with information on spirituality that comes from the origins, and that's what I'm mainly about. So I wanted to set the premise with that, so me and Jabari can start talking, and maybe from our talk and inviting people up, we'll see what we have. If he wants to bring up the neter, I'll talk about it. But like I said, that's not going to be the excuse me. That's not going to be the debate topic for the premise that I already said why it's not. But we can discuss it, let the people hear what we say about it. Maybe as we talk more, another topic. There's so many topics in the teachings that I'm sure maybe some will come up, maybe not. Who knows? I'm not looking to try to challenge Jabari to a debate. I don't think he's looking to challenge me. sa.neter wants a topic, and we'll just go from there. See what happens organically. Let's pull this out. Let's not be forced. Let's pull it out naturally. If not, let's just drop some jewels. Who knows?
Okay. So, can I ask a question? What does it say on your hat?
There we go. What does it say on my hat? He sees the word Netiru. What does it say when I spin? So the spider, sa.ket, is covering a portion of what's on the hat. That's sa.ket, the ancient word for string and weaving, and one of the oldest words for heaven. But underneath it, it says, I have to turn it, I'm backwards. There. So the Netiru exist. And on the shirt, the same shirt that sa.neter was wearing last week, House of Aten, the Netiru exists, and Aten is an acronym for the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netiru, because that's where the teachings of the Nile Valley came from. They came from the Netiru, according to the scribes. The scribe didn't say it came from them. They said it comes from the finger of Tehuti. So that's what it says on the hat. The Netiru exist, and that is, I'm bringing that back into existence. I'm trying to wipe out atheism in the conscious community.
Okay. I asked just because, obviously, well, the reality is I believe, I have no fundamental proof or evidence of this, but I believe that much of what we practice, understand, is probably similar. I assume that that much of what you believe is, and I believe what we're arguing, what we have been bringing into the world is probably similar. And so the reason why we end up getting stuck on that, the issue about whether the Neteru were literal deities, were literal beings, is because that's the one thing I know that we see differently. And
excuse me, Jabari. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. Hey, Tehuti.
Yes.
The link is in the chat if you want to copy it. It's going to be up. I'm not going to take it down. It's in the private chat. The video that you was talking about, I threw it in the private chat if you want to get it. And
okay.
So it's going to be up from now on.
In the back chat, you mean, right?
In the back chat, yes.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
They can get it. All right.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Jabari.
Right. Okay. And so that's what we're that's the only reason why we end up stuck on this, is because I assume I haven't heard a lot about what you've been teaching, Brother Tehuti. I haven't, but from what I've heard, that's the one thing that we don't see eye to eye on, and so that's why we end up talking about it. I think that sometimes, I mean, while it may be entertaining for the audience, I think sometimes it might also create unnecessary friction, or even the idea that we're in some way at great odds, and you know, we're on two different sides and all other stuff.
Yeah, let me set the tone right quick. I don't want y'all two to be up here playing patty cake. Get to it. Let's get this ready.
Oh, no.
To see the debate. All right, let's go. All that patty cake stuff, come on, man. That's weak. Let's get it.
All that Ma'at stuff.
Now you know that sa.neter is looking for the place where we have friction.
Oh yes,
that's what he's gonna do. That's what he does. I mean, and I respect it, but the reality is that first of all, there are probably not a lot of places where we have friction, and second of all, I think that you know, there's nothing wrong with a discussion. There's nothing wrong with the discussion at all. I wouldn't take issue with having a discussion with you. You know, the audience wants to see us have some really pointed rejoinders. That's what they would like to see.
That's a new word. What'd you say? Rejoinders? What's that?
Yeah, pointed rejoinders, you know. And so that's what the audience would like to see. The reality is that if you and I were probably in the same city and sat down together, there would probably be very few things that we would disagree on. So that's the reality. And you can see that even people are trying to put titles in the chat. Why in the world would I want to have a debate on whose Kemetic teachings are better? Why would I do that? That implies that I don't think that even the Shrine of Ma'at's philosophies, the ways that we bring the Kemetic tradition into the modern world, has to be the only way to do it. And so that wouldn't happen. And so we're not going to do that. Obviously, Reggie says, do we have to read the Neter Kemetic rituals? Should we make them up or follow them directly? Those are Reggie's topics. Reggie, those aren't topics that I would just debate with and so that's how they work. And you know, all rituals are made up. I don't understand how that works. All rituals are made up. And the question is the ceremony, is the practice that you are putting forth into universe, is it actually consistent with fundamental principles, things that are important, things that are true with a capital T? So that's what I would say. So that's the situation.
And okay, yeah, and so for everybody wondering, those new people that may be more familiar with Jabari on the channel, the Tehuti pod class, it would be very difficult for anybody to go there and actually look for a debate topic on my channel, because I did something very unique, and that is my channel is set up for people to send in questions of whatever level they are on. So I'm answering questions about feng shui. I'm answering questions about the pyramid text, the real name of the pyramid text, Unas Nefer Aset. I'm answering questions about the Purim Haru. I'm asking questions about fatty liver disease. I'm answering questions about ADHD, building a family, double slit experiments, whatever it is that people, giving information to heal people from hyperhidrosis with testimonies. So my pod class is very vast because I want to address everybody on the level that they are on. We don't shun anybody. So when you go there, you'll see a lot of questions and topics that it would be hard to pick one and debate me on, because I answer questions about the Montauk Project, government, COVID, all type of different things. So it'd be difficult to go there. But what I would say is Jabari's, from what I've seen of you, Jabari, the teaching, the in-depthness of the teaching, I need to watch more of, I need to see more of your videos, because I don't think you and I are, even though we both say Ma'at, yeah, I don't, if you go to the pod class and see the in-depthness of what I'm teaching on, I don't think the topics I'm teaching on Ma'at, Jabari is taught on to even debate it.
There you go. Bring it up. Say it, brother. Just talk on it. Don't hold no punches back. If you and we talking about no, don't hold no punches back. And I'm talking about information, of course. That's what I'm talking about. Don't hold nothing back. Let it out. That's what this is about right here. To find out what we agree with, what we don't agree with, what can we get it in with. That's all I'm saying. That's what this is about.
The reality is that I run the Shrine of Ma'at. And so we have talked about Ma'at, the tradition of Ma'at, extensively. You probably haven't seen me talk about it much on sa.neter. That's because I play a slightly different role on sa.neter when I'm usually here. When I'm here, I'm often talking about history, not talking about practice. I have probably for nearly 10 years now, I have been putting forth Kemetic Ascension. Those are our public services bi-weekly. I would have to say that if you look at all of the content that I've put forward, there's a lot of content. And you know, you've probably even seen some of the sa.neters even come in and filmed some of the Het Keperul were for the lack of a better term, so everyone understands, the ceremonies that is the ending ceremony for people joining the Shrine of Ma'at. I mean, so there's a lot that I've put forward. And you should know that just this weekend, there was a memorial, a 2-day memorial feature, a 2-day memorial service, let's call it that, for my elder who I studied with, and that's Baba Ankra Samad Sepata. Yeah, so you have to know that there's a lot there. Much of what he would say, you'd hear me say. So there's a lot. And so for anyone to say that I have not spoken in depth about Ma'at, well, I mean, you see me on sa.neter. You know, I don't talk about our practice as much on sa.neter, and that's just the reality of things. I think that if you look at, there are people even in the chat that would confirm that the sort of stuff, the work that I do in Kemetic Ascension is different than the work I do here on sa.neter's channel. So, you know, if you see some of the stuff here, you probably wouldn't know.
Let me screen share so I can just show some things on what I teach on, just so you can the others can get a grasp. Can I screen share, please, sa.neter? Let's see if we can grab.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Sa.netter's like, let's go. All right. Okay. So if you look, I'm not sure if you can see clearly, but this is the Tehuti pod class, and the connection between de los Meritos and Kemet. The topics that I cover specific topics on what's taught on Kemet. If we're going to deal with the Kemetic aspects, such as what is the Anpu animal? What is the set animal? Why exactly does Ma'at have an ostrich feather of any other bird? What is what I teach things that are coming specifics. Why don't we call it the laws of Ma'at? But all these topics are what I mean when I say I don't think Jabari is. Look at the topics that are covered. The connection of the Nomos and Kemet, and I've not seen. Maybe it's on the Shrine of Ma'at. Maybe afterlife science, DMT, pregnancy cravings, and Kemet symbolisms with the breast. So that's a Tehuti pod class, and it covers the specifics of what people ask if somebody asks a specific question. But I think, Jabari, you're more, from what I've seen, you're more academically trained. That could be a compliment or an insult, but depending on how people take academics. But I'm not. I've never passed grade 9. I was thrown out of my school, and I have a restraining order against me in churches. I'm not allowed around church properties, and I'm not allowed in certain school settings. So I'm coming from a childhood stage of studying. So, for example, if I were to ask you, maybe this could be something. Here's an example, Jabari. This example. So, one time I was on here, and you said that the Natiru. You said the Natiru can't be real, or because do I believe? And you said this, and then you had to leave. Do I believe that Osiris was literally cut up into 14 parts and put back together? And you said that, and then you had to leave. Do you remember saying that about Osiris cutting up, and if I believe he was actually chopped up?
I certainly, I don't know if I remember saying that per se, but I would say the same thing today. I think we need to be clear that simply because we hear of the disembodiment of Asar, that does not mean that story is meant to be taken literally. And you did not hear me say I didn't say the Neteru are real. I'm going to continue to say this, and I'm not sure how many times I have to say it. I guess I'm going to have to say it until I'm as blue as the outfit I'm wearing. But I want to be really clear that I never said, or would never say, that the Neteru are not real. Real and literal, those are not synonyms. Those are not synonyms. So you did not hear me say that. I'm talking about literalism, and I think that when we attempt to describe these things as literal, we are losing some of the spiritual fiber of them. And I know that you say that you think that I have not, that you have your pod classes simply just, people are asking questions, right? My Kemetic Ascension is a service for hundreds of people. So, and there's not just a public service. We have initiates that are a part of the Shrine of Ma'at. We have over 200 full members of the Shrine of Ma'at. The Shrine of Ma'at has been in existence for a long time. I've been a Kemetic priest since about, 2009, 2010. Before that, I was an adherent. I was a practitioner within the Shrine of Ptah since 1996. And so there is absolutely a long body of work. If you just look at, if you go to the Shrine of Ma'at page and you look at the amount of videos, and I'm not even suggesting that if you wanted to truly understand everything that I think, that you would just look at videos. and I don't know how anyone could say, well, I don't think he goes in depth into Ma'at. I haven't done it on sa.neter's channel. That's a different role.
Well, let me sorry, I don't want to get too far from the point I was raising, but if I were just to ask you, so here let's deal with that topic right there. If I were to ask you, okay, so let's say to you the in your teachings, the neter story of a sar being cut up into, you said what, 14 parts? It is symbolism. And I were to say, okay, and I were to ask you right now, what do you teach on that? Is 14 a significant number in Kemet? Does 14 mean something? Is it double 7? Is it, as a Kemetic priest? And I was to say, okay, I want to go with you, Jabari. What is the 14 parts a principle of if he wasn't actually cut up? What would you say? What do you teach?
I'd actually say that it means different things at different times. This is not a fixed answer. What does the 14 mean? It is symbolism that can be utilized in different ways. You might also recognize that 14 plus 14 plus 14 is 42. So there are lots of different ways to look at this description. There's not just one. And I think that when we deal with great myth, there are many different ways that they can be utilized for us to be able to understand, to find ourselves in those narratives so that we can become our higher selves. And I have to say to you, I know that you said this can be an insult or a compliment that I am an academic. It is certainly true that I have studied at the university level and I teach at the university level, but I didn't learn what I teach at the Shrine of Ma'at specifically from any university level. I've been a practitioner of Kemetic spirituality since 1990.
Okay,
I don't know how long you have. I don't know if you studied in institutions. I don't know if you studied with an elder. I don't know what your institution looks like. And your answers on those topics are not necessarily problematic or anything. I just don't know, right? So
yeah, I don't want to get too far. I don't want to go too far. I'm trying to stay on this particular topic.
What particular topic?
The 14 parts. Now, let's say there's that's
a different topic than the one you started with. So you say you don't want to go too far. I want to ask. There are questions I have for you as well.
No, yes, I'm still on the 14 parts.
Go ahead.
The last time you were on, you had to go quickly. You were in one of the last times you were on, you had to go somewhere. You were in some hallway or something, and you said that, and then you left. So I'm just asking you. Yes, you say there's many different ways and many different things that could symbolize, and let's pinpoint just one. What's one of the things that you teach? What is the 14 parts of Osiris? What is the 14 parts?
Brother, I just gave you one.
Maybe I didn't hear it in all the other.
Okay,
let me one more. Let me just let's do it. Just me asking, and then you giving the specific answer. Osiris being cut into in the 14 parts, not 42, not a portion of 42, but 14 parts, not 7, because 7 can be divided into 42 as well, but into 14 parts. What does the 14 in Kemet represent in one of your teachings? I'm just asking.
There is no one answer. There
is
no
there
one answer. This is once again your approach to literalism. There is no one answer.
So 14 is most significant.
I've told you this particular myth can be used in different ways. The fact that you're looking for one answer means that respectfully, that's the beginning of study. That is not the end of study. If there was one answer, then that would probably only be helpful to people who lived at the time that story was created. The reality is the story of the dismemberment of Asar is a metaphor that can be used in many, many different manners. Here are a few.
The 14 I'm sorry, Jabari. I don't want to, because the Comedians were very Kemet brought precise mathematics to the world. They brought pi. They brought the golden ratio 1.6. They brought the Fibonacci sequence. They brought very specific mathematics. The akus, the pyramids, very specific, very precise. The Cometians don't just throw numbers 61. 22 parts. This is a mathematical number, 14. I'm asking you, as a Kemetic priest, what do you teach? I'm a 7-year-old child, and I'm walking up to you, Jabari. I don't know what this 14 is. What's significant of 14 from any other number? Why is Osiris cut up into 14 parts and not 7 and not 21? Why 14, Jabari?
Well, let me ask you this. Are you aware that in some myths the number is not 14? Did you know that? You gotta do more reading, brother. It's not always 14. 14 is the most common number that is given, but it is not the only number given.
We can deal with the other numbers later. Let's deal with the number you brought.
Your literalism.
Number you brought up.
Listen, wait. Your literalism is a problem. You're looking for me to talk to you about the three bears and Goldilocks. The reality is that this story has several different uses. And one of the key uses is for us to understand disintegration. You must understand that there were 14 gnomes. There were 42 gnomes. There were 42 gnomes, 40 Sepatu, and also 42 numbers that designate. And there's something that you do that is disingenuous. You may not use a lot of innuendos, but when someone is talking, you just giggle all the time. That's not a demonstration of maturity.
I'm very happy
to do that.
I'm extremely happy as you're talking.
That's not happiness, brother. Please don't do that.
I'm tickled. I'm very, very happy.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
When I don't see, you know what makes me giggle? It's the opposite of what makes other people start yelling and getting frantic. Usually when people talk to you, I've seen you in many conversations. At this point, they will start saying, "Jabari, you're being disingenuous. Stand on your 10 toes. Come on, man. Tell the people. You're running from the question. Stop running." But instead, I'm just going to smile and giggle and wait for you to finish, and then I'm going to ask you the question again, and I will ask you the question 1,082 times. What does the number 14 signify in Kemet?
Okay. What I'm going to tell you is you need to do more study, because sometimes the student is not ready for the teacher. Because I've answered the question 3 times and you're not able to hear it. So perhaps what needs to happen is that you need to do more research. And I'm going to be very clear, there are some of you who are prepared to hear this answer and some of you are not. But 42,
we're not prepared to hear it?
If you divide, because you're not prepared. You have to get to a certain level of initiation to even understand what I am saying.
Maybe. Wait.
If you bring a 5th grade student into a college level course, they won't understand what's happening. What I'm trying to say to you is one of the most important ways for us to understand the 14 is that 14 is actually the 42. Why does it represent the 42? 42 is a very important number. We have 42 gnomes, Sepatu. We have 42 negative confessions. Why is that number so important? So these are 3 14s. The 14 is a reference to a very important number in Kemet. But I want you to also understand, you have to understand this, that story has been used several different ways, and that is how sacred myth occurs. If you're looking for a very direct answer on what 14 is connected to, then you're not necessarily going to understand the story. There are other stories where you're going to see that there's a connection between the 14 and the lunar calendar. It is half the lunar cycle. One of the most important ceremonies was the half moon ceremony. And so I want you to understand this is how this occurs. It's several different things. It's not one thing. Great myth can meet people where they are and take them to where they need to go.
So your answer is 14.
Wait a minute. But if you're looking for a very, very detailed answer that is fixed, then it becomes less useful when you are trying to explain things to people where they are. The story of Asar, rather than simply focusing on the number, the story of Asar can be used in many, many, many important ways. Obviously, we understand that Asar is the one that allows us to have entrance into the afterlife, into the hall of Ma'ati. We understand that in order for us to be able to enter the hall of Ma'ati, we must have the connection to the 42. We understand that often, but not always, there are 42 judges. We often also have to understand that in order for us to become the divine one, we have to remember our ancestors. That's another way that you're able to understand how the narrative of Asar occurs. We also have to understand that so many of us, and this is one of the ways that I begin to explain this, the fundamental principle of spirituality is to tie back. That's what religion means, actually.
And this is my point.
So we are attempting to tie back. What we are doing is we're trying to regroup, recreate. And that is of critical importance. There are many, 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 many ways that the story of Asar is important. If you think the number 14 means one thing, then it's only useful in one way. But that is not what we see when we look at the story of Asar. And so that is the way that that I think that we should understand this.
And there's my point.
Now, let me ask you.
You just proved it.
Now let me ask you this. You've asked me lots of questions, and I want to.
Do you think you answered the 14?
I think that
the number 14.
I think that there are those who perhaps can hear what I'm saying, and there are some that cannot, and that's okay.
I think you got that from academics.
Because there are times. I got it from academics. Sure. Yeah. You've not been in an academic setting, so how would you know where I got it from? How would you know? You have to be there to say, I think you got it from there. Have you been there? Well, no. So how do you know?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I didn't I didn't go to academics, but you got that from Egyptology.
The reality is that I have actually been studying in the Shrine of Ptah since 1997.
But that answer came from Egyptology.
And then I've been a practitioner since 90 when I first started studying with the Sarasate Society. So I know that you seem to believe that I got this from academics.
Yes.
But I would have to say to you that the most important thing for you to understand is you gotta have experienced both sides to be able to understand both sides.
Well, let me say this, Jabari. Is that wait. I need to do that.
Wait.
The 14, no. The 14. I have to get to the point of why I brought it up for a purpose, though, Jabari. Please let me just say the purpose of why I brought it up.
Now, but wait a minute.
I don't want to move from the 14. You got that. Hold on, Jabari. Please let me just finish.
Wait. I want to ask you.
No.
Wait, no.
Jabari, allow the brother to finish, and then you can ask
wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Be the point of the debate.
Jabari, listen, brother. I'm the moderator, man. Listen, I'm the moderator. Why you saying no to the moderator? You a priest. You the moderator. No, just let him finish, and then you can go and ask what you want.
It is 57 minutes in, and I have not asked him one question. You're not doing a good job of moderating if you're not allowing.
He is doing a good job. He's not letting me.
All you got to do is just let him do that part, and then I promise you can go ahead and speak.
And I will not. He doesn't want me to get. He doesn't want me to get.
He asked you a question because he had to follow up with the question, Jabari. And if he didn't follow up, then he missed the opportunity.
Let me speak to you for a moment.
No, when Jabari, all this could have been me finishing. For a moment. This could have been me finishing.
Hold on. Everyone is watching the fact that he's asking question upon question upon question. The reality, sa.neter, is I have been on your channel for over 10 years. We know very little about him. I want to ask him questions as well.
And so you're going to be able to do that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wait a minute.
Question because he got a follow-up question behind it.
I am willing for the debate. Wait a minute. You're acting like children. Stop. I am willing to continue, but I want you to know that we're not going to continue that much longer because this is not a conversation that's a two-way at this point. Okay. So if you want to conclude, you can, but we're not going to go for another hour. It's been an hour.
No, we're not.
It's definitely not been an hour on this topic. I just started this. Now here we go. Jabari, you said 14. There's many other numbers, but 14 is the most popular one. This is where I say your teachings are coming from academics. Jabari, is 14 is the most popular number and it has significance? Where is this one time in the Kemetic text? Where's a sar being cut up into 14 parts in the Kemetic text?
I'll show it to you, but I don't have the text in front of me now. I can show it to you. I can.
You said it's the most popular, so it should be more than the other numbers, correct?
Yeah, but what we'll actually end up having to do is go directly to the source, and I don't have the sources prepared. I am absolutely willing to provide it to you, but I don't have the text here. And what I would do, to be very honest, is I would show you the original text in the meta-netter. That's the best way to do this. Yeah, and so I'm willing.
Right, let Jabari ask his question now. Let's go, Jabari.
So we've established that Jabari has not said what the 14 signify according to the Kemetic words themselves, and that he has not shown 14 parts of Osiris being cut up in Kemetic text, but he will get back to me one day. Continue, Jabari. Thank you.
Now I'm going to say this to you. We don't know anything about you. Nothing. You've come here and attempted to try to ask lots of questions, but now it's my turn. This is always what happens. You come here and ask questions. When I give you an answer, you say, would you like to answer the question? I give you an answer. Would you like to answer the question? The reality is you're not able to receive the answer yet. And that's fine. That's fine. It's fine that you haven't. So the first thing I want to be able to do is find out about who the heck I'm talking to. Because I don't know anything about you. I'd like to know how you got into the Kemetic tradition. I'd like to know who you studied from, because you said I've learned this just from academics. So who are the non-academics that you've learned from? I'd like to know whether you have any ability to read the Kemetic language. I'd like to know what your shrine looks like. There are a lot of things that we don't know. So talk to us about yourself before I ask you a topical question.
Okay, what of those ones first would you like to know? There's about 5 of them you gave me.
I want you to start at the beginning. I want you to start at how you came to the Kemetic tradition.
Okay. Wonderful. That's a very good question. Let me turn these notifications down. I came into the Kemetic. I came into Kemet, or the awakening of Kemet, because when I was a young child, I used to spend a lot of time in the forest, in the fields, and away from people, and I got attached to animals. And because I was attached to animals, I started watching a lot of nature videos and tribal videos. And naturally, one of the first things you start seeing when you start looking at things is the Great Pyramids, Egypt. Egypt was the first of this. Even in the schools, they were teaching Egypt came up with calculus. Egypt came up with algebra. Egypt came up with this and that. I was always interested in the roots of things, getting into the roots of things. And so I did come across a particular group that appeared to be talking about Egypt, but then I found out they weren't. But it was enough to let me continue the journey. I wanted to get to the root of the Bible. I wanted to get to the root of things. And every time I went to get to that root, it always led me back to Nile Valley was the origin of this.
So you started with that group? You started studying with that group?
No, I started when I was a child.
No, I heard that part. I'm asking, you said you thought that you found a group that was talking about Kemet, but then you realized that they didn't. That meant that you must have spent some time with them to recognize that they weren't saying what they were saying. So tell us, what group was that?
Oh, that was the Nubians.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That was the Nubians.
Okay.
Yes.
Where were you studying with the Nubians?
Wasn't one place, but
you could give us a state, a city, brother.
Florida, Montgomery, Alabama, Edenton, Georgia. I would go to different places to see them, and Atlanta, Georgia. And then I got to a point where the teacher himself and the students said that my teachings were not coming from his books. The teacher at that time, whose name was Malachi, said that I have bypassed.
We know Malachi York.
Yeah, I have bypassed what it is that he's teaching, and that he can't bring the people to where I am, or else he would lose his followers. The students started threatening me with torches, saying they're going to burn all my materials that aren't written by him, and I refused to be limited because I was teaching and interested in the source knowledge before I came across that group. So it was unsafe for me to be there, and I left, and I continued with the original path that I was on before I engaged with them. I was actually a young boy questioning the Bible and trying to get into source knowledge, and breaking into schools and hiding in the library and waiting for recess time, and I would teach the children in the hallways while I was expelled from school.
Wait, are you saying you were teaching Nuwapian children? Is that what this is, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. That's a good question. No. This is before I heard of this is before Nuwapian, and this is before Nuwapian. This is when I was a youth. I was going into libraries and studying information. And then when the recess and lunchtime would come for the school, for the youths, I would go into the hallway and start teaching them how to break the matrix. I was using the term matrix before the movie came out, and I was teaching them the mistakes in Christianity, the roots and how they go back to Egypt, the roots and how they go back to different cultures.
But I think you skipped something, though. I'm trying to find out why. First of all, what year was this that you were with the Nuwapu? And where were you teaching that they said that you can't that you couldn't teach there? Where did that happen? Was that at Eatonsville?
Eatonsville, yeah, close. Edenton, Georgia.
Edenton, Georgia. Okay.
That was where the headquarters was.
Okay.
So the headquarters was at Edenton, Georgia, and yes, I was called up. I was called up by him to do teaching because he said that my teaching is that which should be an example for everybody to learn how to teach. And I was called up there to do teachings, especially when he wasn't around. He would put me up on the stage, and 1,200 people would come, and they would just ask questions, and I was teaching from whatever they asked.
Where did you get the information you were teaching from? Yourself?
That's where the problem came from. I was teaching from news articles, scientific documents. I was teaching from my study of animals.
But I'm talking about Kemet, your understanding of the Kemetic narrative, of Kemetic philosophy. Where did you get that from? You were self-taught?
Yes, just Kemet. When I was a youth, I went and picked up the Per Em Haru. and I started going through the Purim Haru, and I started doing study of that and other things when I was a youth. So I realized that the best place to get the Kemetic teachings from would be from the scribes themselves. So I teach that if you're going to teach something about Kemet, or about, it's really Ma'at, because Kemet is a creation of Ma'at. It's not Kemet. Kemet didn't even exist when the pyramid texts were written. Kemet didn't even exist in the beginning. Ptahhotep never heard of Kemet and all that, but is the following of Ma'at. And I would go to read the scribes. I would actually, where I got the knowledge from was I would go, as a youth, I would get library cards, and I would go to every shelf where there is writings of the translations of the scribes, and I would check out the books, and then I would keep them and never return them. And I would go from library in library because I didn't have the funds to buy things. I would just go to libraries and check out books and keep them. And I would.
And what year was this happening? You haven't given us a time frame.
Range of years. It's not 1 year, but
when were you Nawapians? When did you?
Well, the Nawapians. I don't want to focus on the Nawapian part because that's not what the Kemetic teachings came from. I was removed from Nawapian because I was teaching what they said was not theirs. So this started. My interest in my awakening started around 1989. And 1990, and I was going back and forth, New York, Buffalo, and so around 1989, 1990, 1991, I started teaching and studying and researching. And then once I was removed from the Nuwabu, that organization, I just continued with the Kemet because he made me a proofreader. And I saw errors, and he said that I would snake style him, and so I was asking questions that was trapping him, and so I had to be, I had to be removed. He said I was beyond what he was teaching.
He said you were beyond what he was teaching?
Yes, he said that he cannot take the people to where I am at consciously because he would lose half of his movement. He's trying to take them there, but they're not ready yet, so it's safer for me to leave.
What year was that?
That would have been 1998. 1998, I think. Okay. 1998, I'd say. 1998.
And from all of the information that you were bringing to this forum was based on things that you had learned in libraries, is what you basically said.
What forum? Which forum?
I'm saying that when you were actually asked to no longer be with the Nawapians, you were doing all of the information that you were bringing to them were things that you learned on your own from libraries and from nature, you're saying, right? Outside of what
they were teaching, they were from news articles. If a scientist was brought up, I'd go find the scientist, research the scientist. Whatever was brought up, I would go to the source and get it from the source. And that was frowned upon.
So you've never actually been part of a Kemetic shrine or been the only Kemetic teacher that you've actually worked with is Malachi York.
No, I never claimed that Malachi York was a Kemetic teacher.
Okay, but listen, I could talk with Nawapians for a long time. So that means that you've not been with any Kemetic teacher.
No.
Everything that you have is things that you've read yourself.
Yeah, everything that I teach is that which is researchable, that which, when it comes to Kemet, that which the scribes say. So the scribes and the sources are my teaching. So if somebody asks me about out-of-body experience, I'm going to take them to the writings of the scribes. If they ask me about whatever the topic is that the scribes taught, I bypass teachers. I don't think there's such thing as I did a class on shrine. I don't think there's such thing as a Kemetic shrine. There's not been a Kemetic shrine since the days of Shabaka and Pasemtek. So I've not seen a Kemetic shrine that I've walked into and it matched what the writings of a Kemetic shrine are. So no, I have never been under any Kemetic shrine because I never seen one.
What,
I've seen
what shrines have you actually explored? Is it just in Uapu?
No. I'm saying I've never seen one.
Okay,
I see yours. I see yours.
But you're saying that they don't exist. But I'm asking, where have you been to understand what they were teaching?
Okay, so let me rewind. There was never a they, because of all the people that were teaching, they never were able to verify that they actually ran an ancient Kemetic shrine.
Okay,
I never seen that before.
Okay, let's come away from the word shrine for a second.
Oh, okay.
Other than what organized group or organized or familiar teacher did you work with? None? There none?
No.
Okay.
None. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I found that ever since I was a youth, there was never really a Ma'at teacher. So people were claiming to be Kemetic teachers, but in the days of Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, it was a racial issue, was a racial focus. The focus was Black people were the Kemetian Nile Valley people first. We invented this, we invented that. Christianity was stolen. Horus was stolen to create Jesus. But the Dr. Clarks and those brothers, even though they did a good job with that, they never sat down and claimed that they never opened up the Metet Shar, or what people are calling the pyramid, the coffin text, and say, let me teach you the teachings of the actual people spiritually. Let me teach you about what they teach about the afterlife. Let me teach you the teachings. They never claimed to be that. So Thea Benge, the closest person I saw was Muta Ashby. I'll give him that. He actually, I will give him that. And that's why I've never said anything negative about him, because when I looked at him, he actually went to the scribes and showed the meta-netter, and I applauded him for that. But I never learned with him. But he was one that I saw, but others were just teaching about the Kemetians being Black. They never walk you through the Purim Haru from page 1.
But it sounds to me like you're making a critique about something that you haven't experienced. That's what it sounds to me. I mean, you've never actually had any time within a particular institution, because obviously I would argue to you that the Kemetic tradition is about more than just teaching. It's also about how to live, and the best way to learn that is with other people who are practitioners and trying to live. That doesn't mean that everyone is correct or you'll agree with everything. There's no institution that will be like that. But working with other people who are attempting to try to have a similar aim is one of those ways that you're able to truly come to a better understanding of things. And that also allows you to, let's be clear. I studied at the Sa.neter Society for 8 years before ever studying with Baba Heru Ankara Samad Sepata.
And I would never study with them.
Okay.
I would never study with the Rosicrucians or any of the people.
That's not Rosicrucians. I'm asking about
the Sa.neter.
Established shrines that are in our community. To say that Rao Nefer Amen is a Rosicrucian or that his shrine is a Rosicrucian temple. I just spoke to him yesterday, by the way. I was with him yesterday. I think that you would have to know more about him. Have you ever met him? Have you ever been to Sa.neter Society?
No, I just know what what he teaches, and I have his book.
How do you know what he teaches if you do
not have to meet. Neither of us have met Ptah Hotep. Do you know what Ptah Hotep teaches? Have you ever met Amenemhotep?
I'm talking about.
I'm asking you a question, Jabari. Have you met the ancient scribes of Ma'at?
It's very important for us to draw from the text.
You don't have to meet the teacher to know what they teach. If they write a book and have the book.
As we're attempting to translate this to the modern world, it is helpful to work with other people within an institution that does that. Have you not created an institution? Have you not created an institution with followers?
Okay, we're on to the next. When I came across who you've mentioned, Ron Ephraim Moon in the book. Oh, what happened?
I think he's trying to advertise something really quickly. That's what, you know.
Who are these barbarians? What is this?
I don't know.
Superheroes.
Okay, sa.neter.
These real people? Okay. Who is that, Jabari? Who you know that? Who is that?
I don't know. It's some AI images that are meant to represent.
Oh, that's Zion? That's not Zion.
But please go ahead. I'm asking. I'm going to understand.
Okay. Yeah, let me. Oh my gosh. Okay.
It also.
That's why I giggle a lot because of things like that. But go. Yes. I mean, that's good though. Shout out to the promotion. Shout out to Zion. I know him. He just didn't look like that last time I saw him. He wasn't that muscular and he didn't look like that. But okay. And there's us. There's the real pictures of real people. Hey, look, the netters are real. All right. Are you ready, Jabari? Okay. So,
but it sounds to me like it is helpful sometimes to study with someone who has been studying for an extended period of time. Baba Ankara Samad Sepata was one who read everything, right? I mean, he read voluminously, and it was helpful to. And that doesn't mean that even though he was my elder and he's now my divine ancestor, it doesn't mean that I agree with everything that he said either.
One moment, Jabari. You can keep talking. My computer is let me fix something here. So one moment. Hold on. My computer is my keyboard is locked or something. Keep talking, Jabari. I'm just letting you know that I won't be able to respond.
Okay, but you can hear me.
I can hear you. I just can't see you, but I can. I'll just go by what I'm hearing. Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay. I'm not showing anything, so you know.
Okay.
I'm just saying that it's sometimes in order to critique something, you have to experience it, and it sounds to me like you're saying that you're familiar with their teachings, you know, and it doesn't sound like you've spent much time with them, and that is, I just caution you about that. And you know, okay, so you say that you like Muata Ashby, right, and his work. That's helpful. So you worked with Muata Ashby, or you're saying you just read his text?
I can still hear you, Jabari. I can hear you. Okay.
So you've read Muata Ashby, or you've worked with Muata Ashby?
Okay, let me see if I can.
Did you hear my question?
Okay, I'm almost fixed, Jabari. Hold on, I'm almost fixed. Okay, let me get this off the screen. If you can hear all that doop, that's the computer doing those weird things. Okay. So let me go ahead and show just
understanding of Muata Ashby. Like, had you worked with him? I know you were in Florida at some point. Muata Ashby has been in Florida for a little bit, right? Is it just the reading that connects you to Muata Ashby, or?
Okay, I'm coming to the screen right now, and let me I want to answer this factually because I want to let the people know. I just want to correct something that you said and answer them factually. Oh, Sella versus Zion. Thank you. Is that Silent K? Sella, that's Owaspy? Yes. And Zion Warchild. That should be hype. They both look like cousins. Okay. sa.neter, let me screen share, please. I want to address something Jabari said with the screen share. If it's okay. Am I sharing?
I'm not seeing anything yet.
Maybe sa.neter's not there. sa.neter?
Maybe you could talk through it.
Okay, here we go. Okay, good. Okay, so here, I don't need to meet this brother, Ron Nefra Amun. I don't need to meet him to be able to know that these teachings, this is one of the books that I have, 11 Laws of Ma'at. So there is no such thing as 11 laws of God. Yes, Ma'at, and Ma'at is what? Ma'at, the 11 laws of God. So when I go to his book, which I have, there is no reference whatsoever in the papyrus of anything called the 11 laws of God, or the 11, that would be the 11 laws of the Nitiru. The laws of Ma'at, if you count them, there's over 700 of these laws. They're called Tepi. Tepi and Sabait. Sabait or Sabat is the word for law, and Tepa is also the word for law. And when you actually,
really the word for law, Sabayit is the literature.
Sabait is a word for instructions and teaching. So instructions
is word for law. I don't think anyone would translate it as law.
Well, so it's the word for the instruction of what you should do, which in English is laws, ordinance, commandments, whichever one you want to use. But the Sebait and the Tepa, well, Tepa is instructions. And when you go to look at the origin of this right here does not originate in Kemet. This right here originates with Madame Blavatsky and the Rosicrucians. So I don't need to study under Ra Nefer Amun. I don't need to meet Ra Nefer Amun.
What originates with Madame Blavatsky?
Well, let me show you. So this right here, this is one of the things that was used right here. These 11 Sephirah. So these 11 Sephirah, called the Sephirah Tree of Life, has nothing to do with Kemet, has no Kemetic origin whatsoever. And this is what he puts on his book. The Rosicrucians use this, or Madame Blavatsky uses this. Like uses this. Let me finish, please. None of this is of Kemetic origin. This is people adding in New Age occultism when there are 700 laws. You see the secret. This is from 1888. The Secret Doctrine of Madame Blavatsky. So from 1888, that is where that image is in 1888, and now that image is being used inside of and on the cover of his books, as if this has anything to do with Ma'at. This has to do with what's called the Kabbalah from the Jews and Madame Blavatsky and Albert Pike. So I don't need to meet the good brother Ra Nefer Amun to know that his teachings are coming from these people right here. There's not one Kemetic image or reference, and his past is Rosicrucian. If you look up Ra Nefer Amun's past, it's Rosicrucian. He kept this part from the Rosicrucians and from Madame Blavatsky and Albert Pike. This has nothing to do whatsoever with Kemet. There is no 11 laws of Ma'at anywhere mentioned by any of the scribes, and this is an example. I just want to give the facts to let you know that I don't have to meet an individual to debunk and show people that, hey, this is not Kemet. This is not Amenemopi. This is not Ptah-hotep. This has nothing to do with the Nile Valley. The number 11 in laws and Sabait is not mentioned anywhere in the Nile Valley. It is in the Rosicrucians. It is in Albert Pike and Madame Blavatsky. But if you could show me this in the Nile Valley, coming from the papyrus and the Sa.neter, I'd be open to it. But I'm not going to teach the 7-year-old son and the new people coming in, you know what, there's 11 laws of God and 11 laws of God in Ma'at, and here's what the image looks like. No, that's New Age occultist from 1888. So therefore, no, I don't need to meet. That's an example of what I mean when I say I go around and I look at the people that claim they're teaching Kemet or shrines or whatever it is they may be, and I don't need to go build with these people. No, I'm just going to teach. I don't need Ra Nefer Amun.
What I'm saying, I think that we need to clarify a few things. First of all, you showed the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah has a much more ancient origin than Madame Blavatsky. So to simply say that simply because Madame Blavatsky said something and someone else said something that they got it from her is a little bit of I think it's a little slippery. It doesn't really work very well. But I really want to say to you that I'm not.
Do you agree though?
Wait. I'm not saying that you have to study with him. I'm simply saying that it sounds like you've critiqued him, and a book that he wrote in 2017, by the way. He's been around since the 60s, and you're critiquing him about a book that he read that he wrote in 2017. And you said that the reason why that you're uncomfortable with what he's talking about is because he's talking about things that don't come from Kemet. One of the first things you said tonight is that you teach about feng shui.
Okay, so
you did say that. And if I'm not incorrect,
I never said feng shui came from Kemet.
If I'm not incorrect, and you look at your site, This is your site, right? sa.neter, please share.
Let me address. I never. So first off,
wait. I'll let you, brother. I will let you come back in. I promise I will. But if you look at so much of what you actually teach, based on what you said, I'm not even exactly sure how. I mean,
What is point one of them out? Point one of them out, please.
Wait. I'm listening to what you said.
Yes.
Right? I'm listening to what you said. You talk about let's see. I've not looked at your page, right?
And that's not my page, by the way, but can carry on.
It's not yours?
That is my students page, but the pod class is where I'm answering questions on. You mentioned feng shui.
So you're saying that your student is incorrect? That he's wrong?
I never said that he's incorrect, but you brought up what I teach. This is from what my students are teaching, which are coming directly from the words of the scribes, the teachings of King Amenemhet. They're reading from. Do you see the title? Look at the titles there. Do you see the titles? The titles.
Drug Wars of Primordial Vision?
He's teaching about his life. That's a documentary. That's a beautiful thing, by the way. Documentary.
Everything comes from Kemet. This doesn't look like Kemet to me.
What is it? I never said that this comes from Kemet. Why are you changing what I'm saying? I never said anything like that.
All they do from Kemet.
My teachings. You're looking for something, and it's very weak. You're looking for something to be wrong. This is a brother's personal walkthrough documentary of his life and things that he's going through.
Brother, it's on the institution that you created.
Yes, and my students have the right to teach, to talk about their personal life and how they've made transformations.
On the House of Aten? The images are nothing more than European.
Absolute. Excuse me. May I answer? 100%. Absolutely. If a brother has a testimony of the change of his life and how the teachings of the scribes and Tehuti changed his life and how he's more disciplined now, and he's showing that he's setting alarm clocks, he's waking up, he's going out into the world of chaos, he's able to eat better food, he's able to exercise and jog now. Absolutely, his personal development. Are you trying to critique someone's personal development? Like what is it?
No, I have no problem.
What is it wrong with it? This is what Kemet teachings has done for him. It's given him better personal development.
Personal development. I have a problem with
what is it that you're. What is it?
All he does. You said that all of this comes directly from the Kemetic scribes. I don't see.
Oh my goodness! Wow, you're really trying to find something, and it
wasn't hard.
It was really sad because wow,
it was not hard.
My students teach from my students' channel is teachings from Kemet, and then they give testimony. They make beautiful videos of the testimony. May I please? They make beautiful. Wow. Oh, let me know when you're done. I'll let you.
I will. This has nothing to do with Kemet. Look at all the Tamu here. What is happening? You said that all of this comes from Kemet.
You're trying to.
I just clicked on one video.
This is bad.
That's what you said. I'm actually challenging. Challenging. Hold on, wait a minute.
You want to start up a debate on that? What is it?
Challenging you.
What is going on here?
You.
Tehuti, let him finish, and you can respond. Let him finish.
I'm challenging you on what you said.
Let me know when you're done.
This is the institution that you created. These are your students.
Let me know when you're
trying to understand. You had a very strong critique of Rao Nefer Amen.
Absolutely.
84-year-old man. And you said, he doesn't teach from the Kemetic text. There's no 11 laws of Ma'at. The first thing that came out your mouth is that you teach the feng shui. That's what you said. And then I said, well, I'm going to your page. Okay, so you're saying this isn't your page. I think this actually has more Kemetic stuff than your page.
This is really bad. Let me know when you're done, please.
Okay, let's do it this way. Which is your page?
Wait, no, I'm not leaving this. Nope, you're not jumping.
What is your page? You're not jumping. Look at that.
You're not jumping from all these statements that you made. I'm not letting you get away. Nope, you're not going anywhere. You're in the anaconda's grip now. You're in the grip. Stay in the grip. I want to squeeze you. I want to squeeze you.
And I'm not saying you do anything different.
Tehuti, let him finish. You're going to speak.
I'm not saying you do anything different.
Okay.
And
I'm waiting
so
for him to
I
finish.
am
I'm not leaving
sitting
this site,
here.
though. I'm not leaving the site. Go ahead.
I'm
Finish.
sitting here and I'm trying to understand how you could say all these things about Rao Nefer Amen, about others.
What?
And then I'm looking at the site. You said it is nothing but Kemetic teachings. And the
Never
first
said-
video I clicked on is not Kemetic teachings.
Let me.
And you said that's fine. He's talking about his personal development. There's nothing wrong with talking about his personal development. What I'm saying is that you're not, that this is not what you said it was. That is what I'm saying to you.
Are you finished now?
No, I'm not.
Wow.
And so
you're making more points from there?
All I'm saying to you is that if this is your critique, then you might actually be better to look in the mirror first.
That's bad. Okay. Now, are you done now?
I'd love for you to tell us which page
still
is
going?
yours. If this isn't yours, which one is yours then?
I'm not leaving what you brought up.
Standards.
I'm not leaving this.
Your standards.
I'm not leaving this.
Your page, because you are very harsh on Ra Nefer Amen.
I'm not leaving this.
Where's yours? Where's
Let me
yours?
You're gonna keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Go another phone.
I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
Stay there, stunned, and stay. Don't go anywhere. Stay right there. Don't go.
I'm stunned that you would say that.
Stay stunned right there.
Clearly, he says very clearly that these were things that were given to him by the great Seba, Tehuti Amen Hetep Ra. So you're saying now it's his stuff. This is my student stuff. You sure did throw him under a bus, not a Kemetic bus either, really quickly. I would love to see how that works for you. How it works for you.
All right, let's let him respond, Jabari.
Okay.
And after you finish Tehuti, I'm putting up a clock for 3 minutes apiece. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tehuti. You got the floor. Unmute yourself. Yes.
Beautiful. Oh my goodness. Can you hear me first on it? Can you hear me? Am I still muted?
I'm putting up a clock right after this one.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. Oh my goodness. So let's go back to the beginning. Ra Nefer Amun was brought up to me, and I showed Ra Nefer Amun claiming that there's 42 laws of God. When you look up who Ra Nefer Amun says God is the Netiru. It says Ma'at, 11 laws of God. He's saying that these are the 11 laws of God of Ma'at. He's saying that these are Kemetic teachings. I am showing that these are not Kemetic teachings. There is no 11 laws of God mentioned anywhere in the papyrus. This symbol is a Kabbalah, is a Sephiroth symbol, because the Kabbalah and the Sephiroth are two different things. I did a class on that. But the Sephiroth symbol, and the way that it's shown and the way that it's designed, I showed it in 1888, and has nothing to do with Kemet whatsoever. Everything that I'm saying is a fact. This has nothing to do with how I feel about Ra Nefer Amun. I'm not coming harsh on him. I'm showing what he's teaching, that is coming from his Rosicrucian background, because he admits that he was a Rosicrucian. And when you go back to the Rosicrucians and you go back to Madame Blavatsky and you go back to these occultists, they use that symbol. It doesn't go back to the Nile Valley. What Jabari does now is Jabari goes to my students' websites. He quotes me saying that I teach Kemet from the papyrus. Yes, I do. But somebody can ask me a question about feng shui. Somebody can ask me a question about orgone energy. Somebody can ask me a question about pregnancy. Absolutely. And what I will do is I will take the actual answer, and then I will break it down, and then I will give its roots and where it came from what the people themselves stated. And then say, I'll let the people speak for themselves. Okay? Now, Jabari now finds a video of my students giving a testimony. He doesn't hear any of the words in the videos. He moves through and finds pictures of tamahus, pictures of different things, because my student's talking about the chaos that's out in the world, and those are the people that he's seeing when he's out there and he's seeing these people, and he's giving a testimony of how Ma'at disciplines him, how because of the teachings of Tehuti and because of the teachings of the scribes, he now wakes up at a certain time in the morning. He now eats a certain type of food, he feels better about himself. He's losing weight. He's developing better principles with his family. And he's making documentary testimony videos on how the teachings of Ma'at are helping his life. That's not his teachings. He's not teaching that. He's giving a testimony. When you go to my students' teachings, back to that page, can we put that page back up, please? I don't want to move from that page. Please put that page back up, Jabari. Whoever put that page up, put it back up so I can show it, or I'll go to it if Jabari wants to take it down.
I'm working on something here.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the page and go to the teachings. I don't understand. Is this working? Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're gonna go to YouTube and go back to the page. And I said, my students teach from the Kemetic scribes. That's what they teach. Wow. Now this. Okay. 1 second. Nana?
Yes.
Here. Take her and hold her for a moment, please. I need both my hands.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let me get my hands.
Your food is ready also.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay, let me see if I can get this to work properly here. Okay. House of Aten. We go to the House of Aten, and now let me screen share. Here we go. Okay, so here we are. I mean, this is very this is very petty and straight. It's like, oh my goodness. I know you're trying to find something, Jabari, but wow, this is not the good find. So here we are on the House of Aten. What are my students actually teaching on? Here is Sheshep Sessions, Grounded, Living Trees, and this is all showing the meta-netter, showing the scribes, King Amenemhet, one for his son, family wealth. That's primordial again. These are. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me press live. The live will take you to all the things. So here we are. Okay, good. Becoming a Dejed, King, the teachings of Kigemni by Atef, the instructions of Mary Kara, the maximum. What's going on here? The maximums of. Why is it doing this? Wow. The maximums of Ptah-hotep. Okay. So my students, yes, they teach. Here is Becoming a Dejed, Scribal Sessions, Maximum Ptah-hotep Part 2, Instructions of Hardy Dedef, Maximum Ptah-hotep 1 to 15, Becoming a Dejed, the Report of Wen and Amun, the Ancient Papyrus, the Instructions of Hari Dedef. So as you can see, Scribal Sessions, Language Barriers, all these teachings, these ones are coming from Kemet. These ones here that are called the Primordial Sessions. This is a brother named Primordial, whose name is now Dejed, who made a beautiful transformation in his life. And so he has a section where each week or every 2 weeks or so, let me take this off now, he makes a testimonial video of how the lessons and how his life has changed and how his wife is better to him and how his communication is better with his children, and he shows what he does. He takes images and he's talking, so he's narrating and he's showing images of confusion, all the Tamhus and everybody running around, and he's looking at it from his perspective that all these people are running around and he's staying disciplined like a Dejed, and he's waking up in the morning. When it showed the person jogging, that's coming from the internet. That's the image that he found. It's like those documentaries where people talk and they show images, AI images or whatever, so it shows a person jogging, eating properly. This is his beautiful testimony. So Jabari, to try to pick that and say, look at this, this is not coming from Ma'at, this is not coming from the teachings. First of all, of course it is, 100%, because what good are the teachings of anyone's teachings if they can't show forth in your physical life? So my students give testimonies and they say, here's what it's done for my physical life. I have students that now look like fitness trainers. They've dropped their body fat. They're on better diets. I have students now that have gone through avoiding gestational diabetes and things with their children. And now they make testimony videos. So it's a beautiful thing. You should be applauding it and saying, oh, let me listen to the video before I try to critique Tehuti. Let's listen to what the brother's saying. He's giving a beautiful testimony of a life change. Now I'm going to deal with the feng shui. I introduced this conversation by saying that everybody starts off on different levels. I don't claim that their questions are Kemetic questions. Like Ron Ephraim's claiming there are 11 laws of God, and it's this Kabbalah, and it's Ma'at, and each of them, he has each of them with a Netiru in there. No, there's no such thing as that. If somebody asks me about feng shui, I answer them because they may be in a conversation with somebody who may be of that culture, or maybe somebody asked them a question, they send it in to me. When I answer their question, they take it back to the person, and now they can start a better open-minded conversation. If somebody asks me about any of the origins of the White House, any question that people are asking, it's the level that they are on. And then I usually bring it to Kemet at the end of the class. But I'm going to talk about the origin of the White House, the origin of the flag. I'm going to talk about COVID. I'm going to talk about anything that people are asking me about. And I've never made a claim that those are Kemetic teachings like Ron Ephraim did. Ron Ephraim said, this is the teachings, and Asar is in this ball, and Aset's in this ball, and there's 11 of them. And no, that doesn't exist in Ma'at. So Jabari, if you want to take your time to go find something that I teach that's contradictive or goes against, do that. But don't speed it and just grab something and say, hey, look, he said he taught about feng shui. That's not Kemetic. No, look at the pod class questions that people ask. I have to respect. I have Hindus, people of the Buddhists, people of different cultures that come to me and they want to know, does Hinduism have any origin in such and such? And I say I'm going to unbiasedly break it down and give them a 1-hour class. They're going to say thank you. Then they're going to take it back to their family and discuss it and say, I got this from the Tehuti pod class. That is what I do. Now, if somebody sends a Kemetic question, I'm going to answer it from the teachings of the scribes and say, this is a Kemetic question now. Let me answer from the teachings of the scribes. So yes, my teachings are from from Kemet, from reality, from all type of sources of things to give people better lives. I don't teach anything against Kemet, anything that contradicts with the laws of Ma'at, like these other teachers do. I will never show a Kabbalah and say that's something to do with the Netiru. That's a lie. Nothing to do. No Kabbalah has nothing to do with any Netiru. Nothing at all. That's a European invention created. Ramesses never saw it. Khufu never saw it. Ron Ephraim added that. So I'll just clear that up and just stop right there. I teach the truth on Kemet and any topic that somebody asks me about. People ask me about the Montauk Project, aliens, the Pentagon meeting conference on UFOs and whatever it may be. And I say, okay, here's the truth. Here's the facts. And that's what they remove me from Nuwabu for, because I'm teaching from the sources of where things are coming from. So I just wanted to clear that up, Jabari. Thank you for presenting that to give me the opportunity to tell the innocent people that are watching the actual truth. Thank you.
Okay. I think the reason why, I think you might have buried the lead.
All right, 3 minutes.
I think you might have buried the lead. What I was saying is, you said all you do is teach from Kemet. That's what you said.
No, I didn't say
and
that.
You critiqued Raul Nefer Amen for teaching something that was not in Kemet. And, then you go on and say that you teach, that all your students do is teach from Kemet. You did say that. I know I heard you very clearly. And then when I showed you that your teacher that someone was doing something different, you disagreed. So, and then you go on and say that you teach feng shui. And then you say you teach orgone energy. Who is this person? Who is this person? Do you know who he is, Tehuti? I want you to answer who it is. You're muted, brother.
Is that Wilhelm Reich? Who's that?
Yes, this is Wilhelm Reich. Who is he? Why am I showing you Wilhelm Reich?
Why are you showing me Wilhelm Reich?
Only he knows why.
I mean, you know why, but because
but I want you to clarify that you know.
Okay, let me answer for Jabari. So Jabari is showing Wilhelm Reich because Wilhelm Reich is the most popular origin of the term orgone being used with.
Oh, so you're teaching the work of Wilhelm Reich in orgone energy.
And that's what I've taught.
Oh, you mean the same orgone Reich that studied this by actually exciting women to orgasm in a box? Is that the organ? This is the Wilhelm. This is Kemet to you? I
never said that's Kemet. If somebody asked me about
I know you didn't say it was Kemet. What you did say is all you do is teach Kemet.
I never said that.
Let him go, Tehuti. You gotta let him speak.
And you teach orgone energy and feng shui and all of these things, brother. It is really interesting. Sometimes when you attempt to cut someone, you end up fumbling the knife and cutting yourself. This is from JSTOR Daily, right? This is from JSTOR, the scholarly reservoir of journals. And I want you all to read about Wilhelm Reich. Wilhelm Reich is not actually I wouldn't say he's a bad person, but what he's teaching ain't Kemet. And this is also the reason why Tehuti, who was very happy to show us his own YouTube channel a moment ago, doesn't want to show it again. Guess why? Because he's critiquing elders for saying that what they're teaching is not from Kemet. And then when you look at all the stuff he teaches, he says, oh, what I do, he started this conversation this way, is I just answer questions that people give me.
Is he evil? Is he actually evil?
That's what he said. That's what he said. And now he says, is he actually evil? Folks, I'm just trying to say to you that there's a lot here beneath the surface. One of the reasons why I wanted to start by asking who he was is because everyone on the channel knows who I am. But do you know who he is? When he has all of these critiques of elders who have been putting in work in our community, yet when we actually look at what he does, we are looking at a self-trained person who studied under Malachi York and was kicked out by Malachi York. Someone who has not studied in a Kemetic community. My understanding is that he's a magician. That's what he does for a living. And at the same time, he tried to smear with an offhanded comment, someone who was a scholar, someone who teaches at a university, someone who teaches African history at a university, by the way.
Are you hearing this?
And so what he tries to do is he unmutes and he whispers to his wife. This is, I want you to be really clear. We're not dealing with someone who is mature enough to enter this conversation. We saw him unmute so that he could whisper to his wife, pretending like you weren't supposed to hear that. That's what he's doing. And the other question he unmuted for is he actually evil? That's what he said. He's critiquing them, yet he wants you to get into Wilhelm Reich.
Tom, Jabari, I have to say, in all fairness, brother, I'm the one that unmuted him because I was getting ready to let him talk. He didn't unmute himself. In all fairness, I got to keep it above.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right. That was 5 minutes you took, Jabari. So I want to give Tehuti 5 minutes as well. Go ahead, brother Tehuti. You got the floor.
Okay. Thank you, sa.neter. Yes. As we see the demonstration of the this is desperation. I'm not sure, but when a brother doesn't know what to latch onto, and he starts creating narratives, even the unmute now becomes an angle. sa.neter is muting me and unmuting me. My hands are like this. I'm like this, and sa.neter is the one muting me and unmuting me, and Jabari creates a lie, an outright blatant lie. No investigation of that. Just outright says, see what he's doing? He that's how fast Jabari can come up with an actual lie. That's why I'm wondering, is this evil? What's happening here? My hands are like this. I'm like, and Jabari's like is saying, look, he's unmuting it, he's saying something, then he mutes it again. Then he has a whole story. And my hands are like this, and I'm like, oh my, and I'm saying to one of my ladies, is he actually doing? Is he creating something, a parallel universe? Wow, it's sa.neter muting me and unmuting me. But that's just an example of don't know what to hold on to, so you have to just grab anything. Look, he's mute. Let me create a story about that. The poor brother is trying to find something. I never said I teach on Oregon energy, that's my teaching. No. If somebody sends a question to me, who is Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich? And did Adolf Hitler have any parts of such and such, such and such? Was Adolf Hitler a worse killer than whatever? Is it true he wasn't? Is Nazi a true term of Adolf Hitler? Did he do such and such, such and such? And I say, beautiful question. Whatever you want to know about Adolf Hitler, wonderful. I'm not going to be biased. Send it into the pod class, and I'm going to give you a breakdown, build up on Adolf Hitler. For whatever that does for you, that may change that person's entire life. I'm not to judge. I'm not teaching Adolf Hitler as Tehuti. I'm not teaching the teachings of Adolf Hitler. No. People are asking historical questions of things that may affect them. If we were to take it as literal as what Jabari's saying, people send me questions in about gestational diabetes. They're pregnant. I'm not pregnant. I'm teaching the origins of gestational diabetes. I'm teaching what to do to make it better. I'm teaching where it came from. I'm teaching the history and the science of something. You could ask a question about whatever it is that may affect you. People ask about Christmas. Jabari, I've seen done a class on Easter. If somebody asks Jabari, Jabari, can you tell me about Easter? He may say, well, listen, it comes from Ishtar. Here's the origin of it. I'm not going to now grab that and say, look, Jabari is teaching that Easter it's Kemetic. Easter's a Kemetic holiday. It really is. No, he's teaching on the origins of Easter because somebody asked him about it. The origins of Christmas. People ask me questions about Halloween. People ask me questions about the Yuletide, whatever it may be. The pod class is open because I want everybody to feel comfortable starting on their path. So they may ask a question that I don't believe in, but I'm going to walk them through and show them different truths in it. My last class was on De Los Muertos. That was my last class this Saturday. Do I practice De Los Muertos? No, but I'm going to show the origins of it, what's changed of it, how the European altered it, the dates that's changed, how the origins, some of the animals tie into Kemet, the different original names, the months, how it turned from 2 months to 2 days. And the person can say, wow, I didn't know that. I'm Mexican and I didn't know that. Thank you, Tehuti. I'm going to take that back to my parents and drop that on them. That doesn't mean that Tehuti teaches that De Los Muertos is Kemetic. So to pull up Will Heimreich, you could have pulled up Adolf Hitler, pull up the guys who made the Montauk Project. You could pull up whoever put together COVID. I'm going to teach on it, but I'm not saying that Oregon Energy, Will Heimreich is Kemetic. I'm going to teach on what the person asked me about. Like when you go to geography school and then you go to the next class, and the next class is on English, and you may learn about Hamlet, or you may learn about Shakespeare. Somebody says, Jabari, could you tell me who Shakespeare is? And you start talking about it. Does that mean you're teaching Shakespeare's Kemetic? That is utter ridiculousness. You're just going to give that person the truth on Shakespeare. And then you're going to say, and at the end, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, let me show you some original poetry coming from the scribes of Ma'at. Here's where poetry was invented. Let me show you a literary. Let me show you the palindrome of Ptah and Hotep going back and forth. Let me show you original rhyme schemes. Let me show you where rhymes actually came from for anybody to have poetry at all. Let me show you the origin of medicine. Let me show you the origin of this. But I'm going to teach about who Shakespeare is first, because that was the question.
Time. I agree with you, Amon-Ra McCarthy. As you both can look on the screen, y'all just scratching each other back. And I think we need to get let's find a debate topic already. You know, enough of the playing. Y'all know, you know what he agrees with in teaching now, Jabari. And Tehuti, you knows what Jabari teach and disagree with. Y'all both secretly watch each other, so let's stop playing the game. Let's stop playing the games. You know, y'all be in the bushes tapping in, and let me see what Tehuti got going on. Let me see what Jabari got going on. Let's stop playing these games. I think the people want to see that debate. The best debate right now would be, are the netters real? We have not real, are the netters literal? We had a whole week discussing that, Tehuti. And I know you've seen that because you've been tapping in. That's what the people want to see, brother. They want to see an actual real debate on that. Are the netters real? Let's go from there. Brother Jabari, come on, man. Let's go, Jabari. Pull up some debate topic for him. You got 5 minutes, Jabari. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Get it in.
The reality is, I know that sa.neter wants us to have a debate. That's good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Time has started.
But I want to be clear, sa.neter. Every time you say the word, "Are the netters real?" I'm gonna send a brother to your.
I already changed it. I said literal. I changed
it again. You just said it again. I'm gonna have a brother ring your doorbell and hit you in the head with an ankh every single time, because you drive me crazy when you do that. The reality is that I think that we have to get to the point where we are speaking specifically about what we're debating. Real is not the issue. I believe that the Neteru are very real. They're just not literal. And so I think that this is something that we definitely disagree on. I think that you said that I watch his stuff. I'm honestly say to you, sa.neter, the only time I've ever watched this brother's stuff was to look to see that he actually had the video that we were saying that we could not find. He had it the whole time, and I said, "Do you have the video?" He said, "Oh yeah." After we spoke for 2 hours, that's the only time I'd ever looked at his stuff. And tonight, I don't look at his stuff, not because I don't have any interest in him. Just because there's so many other things that I'm doing. I'm not saying anything negative about him by saying I'm not familiar with him. That's the reason why I asked those questions. Because I'm not familiar with him. I'm not sure how he's come to the tradition. I'm not sure where he's come from and what he's familiar with. So that's why I asked those questions. I think that if we are talking about whether the Neteru were literal entities, I think that would be an interesting topic, because we've had that discussion here several times. He's just one of the people to make that argument. There are several others here that have made that argument. So I think that it might be interesting. He doesn't seem that he wants to have that discussion, I don't think. I would like to. And so, and Camberry says Jabari is scared to death of Tehuti since that loss. So now he's trying to disqualify him from any kind of debate. I don't even know what you've listened to. I'm the one saying, here, I just said, here's a topic we should discuss. I just said that. Camberry, what you should do is stop hitting yourself in the head with the hammer, because it's causing brain damage.
Oh my goodness. What?
That's what's happening. How in the world did he write that after listening to what I just said? Call 911 and get some help. I want to be really clear about this. We need to have higher level conversations about topics that actually people would benefit from understanding. I do believe that conversation is something that people would benefit from having an understanding of. I think that we found ourselves ensconced in Western society for so long that we even look at African traditions through Western lenses because we're unfamiliar with looking at things from ancient African lenses. So I think that would be of interest. I want to say that I hope that Tehuti does not think that I'm trying to misrepresent what he teaches. I'm I'm focused on what he said. He said that he wouldn't want to focus on any Kemetic shrine because they all are not focused on Kemet, and that's all he reads. And then so I looked at his page, I listened to him, and it seems like he talks about a lot more than that. He even challenged me on whether I talk about Ma'at to the level that he does. I'm not even sure why he would say that. I don't get it. He's never watched Kemetic Ascension. As far as I know, he's not said that he has. He's not familiar with the Shrine of Ma'at, and there's nothing wrong with not being familiar with me, but why make an assertion about me without being informed? That is what the immature do. They think they know what's happening in someone else's house while never stepping foot in it. And look at how uncomfortable he was when I started talking about what he said and what his students said. And notice that he was so comfortable to show his page in the beginning, but then less comfortable later. I just talk about what people talk about. You said you were teaching from the text. That's what you said. Now, all of a sudden, he's actually moved the goalpost out of the goalpost station, out of the stadium. The goalposts are on a train headed to New Mexico now. Because now we see that he teaches about all kinds of stuff that ain't Kemet. And is there anything wrong with teaching about things that people are interested in? No. I'm just saying that's not what you said. And you are actually critiquing elders about something that you are doing yourself.
Tom. Tehuti, you about to go? Yeah, I can't talk right now. I'm talking. Yeah. All right.
We've been on now for 2 hours. We got to.
All right. Yeah. So Tehuti, we've been on for 2 hours already, brother. Did you wind down a topic yet? I suggested that the people would love to see the literal debate. Family, if y'all would love to see the literal debate, can y'all write that in the chat for him, please? If y'all would love to see that, because that's something we got to get done. We can't just keep letting that go by. Tehuti, you got your 5 minutes. I hope you come up with a title, brother. I hope I ain't waste my time, man.
Okay, I'm ready. I may come off the screen for a moment, unfortunately, but I'm still talking.
You want to wait for a minute until you get back?
Yeah, give me 3 minutes. Jabari can continue to talk. And by the way, though, this thing about me not wanting to show my channel, I don't know where that came from.
Come on, hurry back, brother.
I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back in a minute.
So Jabari, while we waiting on him, can you at least come up with some titles, brother, that you would have a debate with him? Come on, man.
You know, we already had a title. He's the one that doesn't want to discuss it.
Yeah.
We already had a title. He started by saying that he didn't want to discuss it. I don't know why. I mean, we had a title. We clarified that what happened in our last discussion was not a debate. And I thought that we were going to have a fulsome discussion on the topic. I don't have a problem with having a debate on that topic. I think it's interesting. I think that we and I have differences on that topic. So, I mean, it would be nice if he would feel comfortable talking about that. I don't know if he is, but, is there another topic? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
What about the Ma'at topic that he was talking about? What is he saying?
He said that he goes more deeply into Ma'at than I do. I don't know.
I think he believes that the Ma'at topic is also literal.
But I'm sure he does. But I have to say to you, I don't even see where the debate is there. I mean, we're going to prove who talks more about Ma'at than.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm here. I'm just not on the screen. But no, my topic. Somebody else typed that in. So that wasn't me that said.
Typed what in?
About who teaches Ma'at better. That wasn't my topic. My topic was that there is no.
Tehuti, you ready to go?
I just wanted to correct something real quick. I'm gonna be back. The Ma'at, there's no such thing as the 42 laws of Ma'at. I'll be right. I'm still here, but I can't come to the screen.
What about the 14 that you was talking about? The 14 of Osaze.
I would love. I mean, that would be about a 5-minute debate.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, it's like.
Why are you running from the literal debate, brother? Why are you running from that?
I'm not running from it, but I set my premise already. But you have me.
Nobody it's like a lot of people didn't see that debate, bro. They didn't see it. Then they want that debate. Come on, do it for the people, man.
I will. Give me about 40 seconds or so. I'll be on the screen. I will have my time. Let you and Jabari
try to eat food while we try to talk.
Okay,
come on, brother.
All right, come on, talk to us, Jabari.
Wait, is that what you're doing?
I have to eat every 2 hours. Yes.
Go ahead, Jabari. Let's just go.
Here I am saying that we've been on 2 hours and we need to call it a day. I know that he's 3 hours actually behind us, so it's not a real critique, Tehuti. I'm just saying that we need to come to a conclusion already. It's not a critique. If you have to eat every 2 hours, it's okay. But I mean, it's just, it's 9 o'clock for you. It's 12 o'clock for us. And so I'm just trying to come to a conclusion here. And I really do think that we have to, the topic that we already discussed, I even think that that's not necessarily, a full topic. But we had a conversation, and Jason Kirkland says, wait, Jabari, you had a bowl of soup the last time you had a discussion. I continued to talk. I'm not saying you can't eat. I'm saying he stopped so he could eat. That's all I'm saying. And, sa.neter, I'm going to say there's a lot of names that we don't see on this channel on here tonight. I think someone has their students all through up in the chat saying stuff. That's what I think, but it is what it is. I just believe that if we're going to get to a point where we're able to have a real discussion, we should probably try to discuss something that we've already spent some time flushing out, and we did already try to flush that topic out. So,
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, let's hear from some of you in the chat. If y'all could come up with something good, might get something good.
I suggested inviting the people to the panel to ask us questions.
Eat your food, brother. Eat your food, man. Take your time, eat your food, man. Don't rush. I don't want you to choke yourself.
Thank you. I do choke easy. Thank you. I do. That happens a lot. Okay. I suggested that.
All right. I hope you come up with a topic. Let's go. I'm playing. You ready?
Yeah, I hope.
All right.
I suggested that people come to the panel and ask us questions, and maybe from the questions could flesh out a topic. I want to state something, and good brother sa.neter. I don't want to trigger sa.neter. Sa.neter is trying to do. This is all honesty. I see sa.neter trying to do something better. He's trying to. I don't even want to talk. Sa.neter called me, but I'm just saying that sa.neter is trying to do. He said he's going to be honest and do better things and change some things, and I appreciate that. I like that, and I don't want to trigger him, but I do have to stand on the facts and the history of what took place. But I know once I start talking about it, for some reason, I watched a show yesterday. I tried to watch a show called Comedic Wavelength, something Inky was doing, and I saw the title and I was like, oh, good, something about Kemet. Let me watch sa.neter. And sa.neter and Inky were going back and forth for 2 hours on the debate. Before I timed it, it was 2 hours before Inky started his presentation. They were showing each other screen shares and back and forth and calling each other different. You're not telling the truth. If I have that equal opportunity, I don't need 2 hours. I just need 6 minutes. I just want the audience to know these historical facts that happened. And I don't want to trigger sa.neter and he starts yelling and then I don't even.
No, I'm not going to yell, brother.
Okay, I just want.
If you trying to go back to the debate, everybody know already it wasn't a debate with you and Jabari. Everybody knows that except you, brother.
It's already started. It's already started. And no, everybody doesn't know that because
the only ones that don't know that is probably your class, your people, because that's what you told them.
I'm gonna leave it alone because before I can even see I can't even talk about it because for some reason, sa.neter has his something has changed with history. Something happened in history. I have provable record of what took place with history. I have video footage, and I stand on history. I don't change history. I can't do that. So in the history that I know, if it's changed now, that's fine. But in the history that I know, that I swear up by Ma'at, these things happened, and I have to stand on them for that particular topic. When sa.neter called me and I said I want to talk to Jabari to show that I had a debate with him, and then that should be called a rematch, as was stated for 5 years. It was stated that the next time me and Jabari talk on that particular topic of the neter, it's going to be called a rematch, and I stand on that. Nothing changes with that. That's what's been said for 5 years. Every time I come on sa.neter and talk to him, he says, yes, it's going to be a rematch. He said it from the beginning, and I said, I will have that debate with Jabari, but it just has to be called a rematch because all three of us at that time, on record, called it a debate. Jabari himself. All of us called it that. I have footage, I have record, but sa.neter has me. I'm censored. I can't. Inky can show all kind of things. Zaquan can say, F you, sa.neter, F the channel, you're my enemy, and all of that. But a calm brother in Ma'at says, listen, I have the proof that this happened. I'm not going to let anybody erase my history, but to not trigger sa.neter, I said, I'm going to leave it alone. Let's pick another topic. But if I keep it being pushed to talk about the neter thing, then we have to let the audience know what took place and that I will debate Jabari if it's called a rematch, as it was said it was supposed to be called. This is a fact that was said, and I will debate. I'll debate Jabari tomorrow on the Neteru if it's called a rematch, because that's what it's supposed to be called. If not, I want to leave that topic alone, that history alone, and pick another topic. I don't want to be censored. I don't want to be looked frowned upon and say Tehuti's making it up. No, we all know the truth of what took place. I have the video footage of it, and I just like to move on now. sa.neter put the video back up where I showed the footage, so let's just leave it there. Everybody go back to me and Jabari's first conversation. I have Jabari on video calling a debate in the debate. He's calling it a debate in the debate, but now it's not a debate. Okay, okay. Let's just leave it alone. Only thing that can be stated on past history is to show past history. You cannot state something today to go on top of past history to change it. History is recorded, it's unchangeable. You can't change it with words of today. So I have all the history that stated that it was a debate. I have the history that stated who the winner was, not based on sa.neter, but based on the crowd, that the crowd chose it. And sa.neter said, I got to be honest, I got to go with what the crowd says. And sa.neter saying, if we debate that topic again, it's going to be a rematch. I hold sa.neter to those words. He could say now, I was just playing, I was just promoting. Yes, you were promoting the rematch. I agree with you. You were promoting the rematch. You weren't lying. You said what was true, and there's record of it. I have too much ma'at in me to say.
Nah, you don't have no ma'at in you. You're lying. You're lying, brother. That's not no goddamn ma'at, Tehuti. You're lying. You got 3 goddamn people on the damn talk, on the video talking with you. You asking Dr. Anika questions. You asking Reggie questions. On the goddamn debate, there's only 2 of you. Ain't nobody else on the goddamn platform. I don't know why you don't understand that. And you smart as hell, but you just don't understand that that was no goddamn debate. If it was, you would have said it was a debate. I understand your ass is scared right now. You scared to deal with real literal. That's all it is. And so you want to keep running back to that simple ass shit about, yeah, man, it was a debate. It was no goddamn debate. All the people know that's over here know what a debate is and what not a debate is. It's 4 people on the goddamn video. Come on, brother.
What did I say that was a lie? What's the sentence I said that was a
Get
lie?
me upset when you're trying to tell me what a debate is and what not a debate is. Our people know what a damn debate is. Was it on Zoom? No. Was it charged? Was people paying for it? No.
None of my debates were paid
There
for.
was 4 people on the goddamn debate, on discussion.
None of my debates
You,
were.
Reggie, Dr. Anika, and Brother Jabari, and you asking each one of them questions, brother. Now, if the people want to say you won the discussion, fine. You won the discussion, if that's what they're saying. But it was not a debate. And I think you are afraid to deal with that. That's why you're using that to run from it. Because if you really believe they were literal, then beat his ass again and show the world that you can beat him. That's all you got to do. Stop the tiptoe and do the tulips, brother. I love you, Tehuti. I respect you, brother.
Yeah, you're getting too angry for that.
Chatty patty stuff, bro.
Okay, I just wanted to know what sentence I said that was a lie. That's all. I said a lie. Which sentence was a lie?
You said dude had a debate, and it was not a debate. You keep thinking and fixing your mind that it was a debate.
I said that all 3 of us called it that. Is that a lie? Did all 3 of us not call it a debate? Yes or no? Just yes or no. Am I lying? Am I being persecuted for lying? Is that a lie? Just to go ahead and tell me. Come to the screen, sa.neter. Look at me and tell me.
Why we called it a debate?
Yes.
What did he say?
You would like me to share my screen, or am I censored?
Yeah, you can share your screen. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I don't even know. You know what? We don't even need to go back down this road. Debate.
I did it. I knew it. So come to the screen. Let me see you. I want to see you. Let me see you.
Yeah, because you want to play games, man. I want to do the damn debate, bro. I'm not, because it's all it's going to do is keep going back and forth with us, brother. I don't want to do all of that, man. I want to get this debate done if you want to debate. If you don't, then fine, brother. We'll move on.
This is what I said from the beginning. I never said I wanted that debate. I said I wanted to move on. I never said I wanted to have a debate with Jabari about the Neteru or literal. That's not even the title. I told you that. You know, let's ask Jabari right now. Jabari,
you agreed to that title, brother. You agreed to that title.
No, it's not. Oh no. Okay.
We had a phone conversation. You forgot.
sa.neter?
You remind him, Jabari.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't even use the word literal. I don't use the word literal when Jabari's talking. I never said the literal.
Yeah, you use the word real, and Jabari say literal.
And when it comes to real, me and Jabari both agree they're real. The difference is he uses the word literal. He says they are real, but they're not literal. Isn't that correct, Jabari? They're real, but they're not literal. Is that correct? That's what you say, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So then the debate
100 times.
So then the debate could never have been where the nets are real, because Jabari agrees with me. They're real. His debate is that they're not literal. I don't even use that word. I said that the ancient people, the Neteru, were physical, touchable, were beings to the people of Kemet. They taught that. The scribes taught that. That's what they taught. Did they teach that, Jabari? Not your belief today. Did the ancient people believe that the Neteru were individual conscious beings?
It's interesting you just changed what you said. I want to be really clear that if you are saying that the Neteru were physical beings, that is what I would call literal. That is what I would call literal. It's one of the aspects of being a literal being. And I'm very clear that that's what you were debating. The nature of the term literal or real, while we talked about it in our discussion, it didn't actually, I don't think that I misunderstood what I meant when I said real or literal, and you didn't understand what I meant when I said real or literal. So it doesn't even make sense to go through that aspect of this. You knew what I meant, and I knew what you meant. We disagreed. That's the reality. So to
when I gave sa.neter my title, he said no. He said no. Jabari's going to agree with you. Isn't that right, sa.neter, on the phone? I gave sa.neter the title, and sa.neter said no. Of course, they were beings to the people. Jabari knows that. Reggie knows that. Is that true, sa.neter?
Yes. Here's what I said, brother. Yes, they were so-called real to some of the people. Just like today, people think that the story in the Bibles are real. But that don't mean they were real because some of the people in Kemet believed that they were real. That's what
does Jabari back? The Jabari back is that true? Jabari
is telling you that they are not literal. Debate that, brother.
The conversation was you asked the question: are you saying that no one in Kemet believed that the Neteru were physical beings? And I said I would wait. And I said I would never say that because when you're talking about a large populace, there are always people who have misunderstandings. But if
I
you
never
read
said
the
that.
Kemetic, hold on. If you read the Kemetic text, you'll actually see that the Neteru are forces, are energies. And these forces or energies are powerful enough to create and to maintain the entire universe. Yes, they are real, but they're not literal physical beings. That is what I said. So when you're trying to say, did Jabari say that that the people of Kemet believe they're real? What you're doing is this is the definition of a straw man argument. That is not that when you say that, you are misrepresenting what I said, and you're misrepresenting what Reggie said, and you're misrepresenting what Sa said.
Who is? I never said you said that.
You.
I never. So what's happening here? I quoted sa.neter, not you.
No.
I never said that. I never said that you said that. Me and sa.neter were on the phone.
You said sa.neter said that, and Jabari, you agreed, correct?
That's what sa.neter. I'm quoting sa.neter. That's not me talking.
No, but
sa.neter said that, Jabari, not me. Sa.neter said, no, that can't be a debate because I know that and Jabari knows that. That's sa.neter talking, not Tehuti. Right, sa.neter, talk to him. I'm lying again.
Wait, I didn't say you were a liar. I don't. Listen, I'm very cautious. I'm very cautious on using the word lie, but I do think you're misrepresenting the conversation.
The man is right there. Ask him. That's sa.neter. Is that what you said?
He just said the same thing I said, Tehuti.
sa.neter said that won't be a topic because Jabari already knows that, and so does Reggie.
No,
he said,
wait.
Let sa.neter speak.
Your indefinite article that is doing a lot of work. When you say knows that, what is it that Jabari knows?
Say it, sa.neter.
All right, ask me the question and I will say it. Go ahead, ask me the question, Tehuti. Ask me the question you asked me on the phone, and I'm gonna say it again.
Okay. My question, well, my topic was that the scribes of Kemet taught that the Neteru were beings to them.
No, you said real.
They're sentient, interactive beings. They are real, yes, but we don't use the word
real to the people in Kemet.
Yes, yeah, real as in they're interacting with them as the individual Neter have their own consciousness. They're real to them.
Said Jabari is not going to debate that topic because he knows that, of course, some of the people may think that they were real. Just like the people today, they think that Allah and the Prophet Muhammad and all that stuff is real and literal. Just like they think that Moses and Jesus were literal, were real. The same way it was back then in the Kemet.
The question
Jabari knows that.
So if Jabari knows that, then that.
Wait. This is what I think that you're doing that is disingenuous. You are taking part of the conversation and omitting. You're omitting the conversation and adding absolute language. You said, are you telling me, Jabari, and you said this to sa.neter, and I was also in the conversation, that no one in Kemet believed that the Neteru were physical beings? And I said, I never say that.
I never talked like that. I never said that. What's this? This is really untruth. I said the scribes taught that. I never said, did no one believe it? Did some people believe? I don't even talk like that. I said I teach that the scribes taught that. The scribes penned that. Not some people did, some people didn't. No one believed it. Some people. I don't even talk like that. I said the scribes.
Tehuti, that wasn't the question we were responding to. Now you're inserting an answer from another question and pretending that we said what you just said.
That's my stance, Jabari. That's my stance.
Both sa.neter and I recall the conversation the same way, and you don't.
That's my stance, Jabari, that I'm teaching with the scribes.
Why is it that the two of us remember the conversation and you don't?
sa.neter remembers it just like I do. He said,
"No, he doesn't. No.
He
what
said
you just said is a misrepresentation of the conversation.
He just said it right now. What he said, I agree with him. He said, yes, the people believe that just like the people that believe the Bible believe that the prophets were real. Yes. He said the people of Kemet at that time believed those neters were real, just like the Hebrews believe that
not all the people, just like not all the people in this day and time. Some of the people believe that. Yes.
All of the scribes.
And I said, Jabari is not going to debate that topic because I know he even knows that. That's what I said.
But here's the deal.
All of the scribes.
What you actually said that the scribes taught.
Yes.
That the neter were physical beings. Now, see, that is where we disagree. That's where we disagree. That's where
the real that I'm talking about. The sa.neter for the Hebrews.
Wait a minute. Wait. Well, I know that we don't agree on this. You're acting like I'm not aware of what your position is, and you're not aware of what my position is. Everyone on the green earth understands what our positions are. That's not the issue. The issue is that you don't want to debate it. That's the issue.
No.
That's the issue right
this
there.
is the thing that we disagree with.
That's the narrative.
Yeah, hey, Jabari, you know what? This is what y'all sorely disagree with, but he's running from it.
He doesn't want to just debate it.
And he's running from the best topic that the people would like to see. He's running from it.
By the way, this is the topic that they would like to see you debate me on. This is it. This is the one that's going to get booties in seats.
What is
this? This is the one that's going to get booties in seats, Tehuti.
Right.
And I don't know why you don't want to do that.
This is weird and crazy. Wow. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
But Tehuti, this is the one, brother. This is the one, man. Come on, man. This is it. This is what I want to see.
Of course. And yes, there is I don't want to Sonny, I don't want to trigger you. I want to talk to Jabari.
Yeah, don't bring that up.
Yeah, I don't want to because you're getting
angry. Yeah, don't bring that up again. Go ahead, brother.
The reality is
I don't want someone screaming and
I don't know why we can't just agree that after all of this discussion that's happened, and let's be clear, you really created something that didn't exist at the time of the conversation. And that's fine. That's fine. Just like when you see a heavyweight bout, sometimes it becomes a bigger interest because one of the parties was saying something. I was like, oh, I want to see if they're going to really go at that. You created that.
And I know you got way more information today, Tehuti, than you had 5 years ago. You got way more information on it now.
So if you want to talk about that or not, it's like you want me to say that, oh, he beat me in a debate, so as to have a discussion. You're not going to hear me say that because first of all, we had a discussion. Second of all, you did not win. Even in the discussion, you did not prevail. One of the things that you continually do is that when someone says something to you, you pretend you didn't hear it or you just laugh. You don't answer questions. You don't answer questions.
I can answer
some really interesting questions. Now this community knows who you are. And I'm going to tell you that's going to be problems for you. I am telling you that you telling us who you really are is going to have problems for you.
I can answer with screen shares, but sa.neter does not want
screen sharing. What? Either Tehuti is 12:30 at night. I have to get up in 5 hours.
Yes.
Are we gonna do it or not?
I never came here today to talk about doing that debate unless you call it a rematch. I never came here for that. Okay. Like we came here to discuss topics that would naturally organically come about. If nothing comes about, that's how we started this conversation. What is it that we disagree on?
You started this conversation.
That's why I'm here.
We're not on the same page with you.
Rudy, I don't believe you saying you ain't gonna do it unless Jabari call it a rematch. I really don't believe you doing this childish stuff.
Hold on,
Jabari. I really don't believe
gotta
that
hear this,
I really don't believe you doing this childish stuff, brother.
One of the things that Tehuti does expertly is he says one thing, and then the next time he says it, he says something different. And if you're not paying attention, you could think that what he showed you before is the same thing before. He's a magician. That's what he is.
All right, so hold up.
He started, wait a minute, he started the conversation that way.
Is a time discussion a debate? No. I've done that many times when we have discussions with people. I will put up the time so that they can have equal time going back and forth. So a time discussion is not a debate as well. And so Tehuti, I mean, man, I mean, for real, people looking at you crazy right now, bro.
You know the truth. You know the truth.
This is just a waste of time, brother. Yeah,
you know the truth.
Yeah, of course I know the truth.
You
already know the truth. You're the only one that don't know the truth. You're the only one that don't really know the truth. How can you fix your face, Tehuti, to think you was in a debate with 4 people on a goddamn panel? And you asking Reggie series of questions. You asking Dr. Nika series of questions. It's not you and Jabari going back and forth. That shit, the light bulb should go off, man. Right now. Come on, brother.
The light bulb should go off, man. I want to clip just that one sentence. The light bulb should go off, man.
But I'm sensitive. I can't.
He's scared, man. He's scared to deal with what he teach.
I'm petrified.
I know.
I'm the one that's brought up that. There wouldn't even be a debate if it was that first one. Wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for me. But I'm the one that's scared. Who brought up that topic?
Jabari to say, yeah, you beat me, and then you can use that in the future. Yeah, look, I beat Jabari. He even said I beat him. He even said I got him. Jabari's not going to do that.
I'm not asking for Jabari to do that.
He's not doing that, man.
I want the audience to know that you said that. You said it's going to be
I said that. I said, yeah, he won according to the comments in the chat. Yeah, I said that.
And you said the next one's going to be a rematch. You said that, right? Yes or no?
Yes, I said that.
Okay, so here we are. Let's do the rematch. I'm here. What's wrong? What changed? What changed? I just want to know what changed. What is it that changed that I'm missing?
Wow, man.
Yeah, wow. No answer though, but wow. What is it that changed that I'm? What changed in reality that I'm missing? What is it that changed? It said it's going to be a rematch, so here I am. I'm here for the rematch. Now just tell the audience it's going to be a rematch. No,
yeah, you really want to beat Jabari that bad, brother, huh? You really want to have a win on your belt. If you really want to win and beat Jabari, then do it right. Do it right, Tehuti.
I'm not looking to the.
Tehuti, if you really want a W and you really want to beat Jabari and have bragging rights, then goddamn it, do it right. Take them on one-on-one. And get in the goddamn ring and stop the tiptoeing through the tulips, brother. Your wives are sitting around you looking at you.
And they're laughing.
Down in their heart, they like, baby, please take this on. Please, baby, you got them.
Oh my god! Wow, this is a movie. This is a movie. That's what my wife is saying.
Please take this on. You got them, baby. You making them all look bad. We are no reflection, though. Yeah, I know they saying that in their heart, but they ain't gonna come out and say it. You see?
Oh my goodness, sa.neter the telepathist.
You know what my queen would have told me? She would have said, "Baby, go kick his ass again. Go kick his ass again."
Again, right?
Baby. That's what they would have been telling me. Go kick his ass again.
Yeah.
And Paul would have been like, "Yo, you got this, man. You got this. Go in there and get his ass again. I'm gonna help you do some research." They would have been telling me, "I got you."
I feel like one of those guys in the military that sees the UFOs, but I'm not allowed to show the footage. It's really bad. I'm not allowed to show the footage.
That because you teach about UFOs too. I mean, I guess that's it as well.
I can't show the footage of the truth.
Tehuti.
What's up? Say cool. Hold on, Jabari.
Inky can screen share and fight sa.neter for 2 hours before he does a presentation.
What's up, Sekou? Hold on, what's up, Sekou?
So nobody knows what's going on.
Peace, sa.neter. Peace to Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari. Yes, I've been seeing your call. I have some family emergency.
Right, I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't come up. I have some family emergency to take care of, so I'll be when I'm done with that, I'll come back.
Yeah,
So
that's cool. Take your
yeah,
time, man. Take care of the fam.
yeah.
Be well, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, sa.neter, I just want to ask you.
No.
I'm still talking though.
Oh, my bad. Cool.
So I think Tehuti, when you came to HOK, I think I still remember you came with a bombshell thesis. And that bombshell thesis was that the Neteru are literal. You didn't use that terminology, but that's what you implied. It was implied in all of your statements. In fact, you brought up a cartouche that was kind of like broken up to show that the name of the Neteru were written in the cartouche, so they were real people. They were literal beings. They were people. In fact, you even said one of them even ruled as king. There was the way you brought this argument, and I was there. It was a discussion, by the way. It was never a debate. We all watched it. I've debated more than 3 times on HOK. We know how debate happened. I debated Ankh. I've debated Chief X. I've debated many other Rabon on other places. Debates are never are different from discussions. And the way you are taking this issue, I think the bombshell thesis you brought, you are yet to prove it. And we are waiting for you to prove that the Neteru are literal, were literal beings, or are literal beings that were on earth as which how they call it, that the way we had Tahaka lived, the way we have all of these kings that were literal people that live historical people. We want you to prove it. This is all we are looking for. So, and you are yet to prove it in an HOK debate that we all know what an HOK debate is. You bring your sources, and we all remember the sources you use. If you had a debate, we don't even remember what source you brought. So I don't know why you keep bringing this thing back. It now sounds very tiring, honestly, that you keep bringing this thing back. I defeated Jabari. Jabari is not invincible. If he lost a debate, we will all come out there and say, hey, you got an L on this one. But the reality here is that you never had a debate, and everybody is saying it. So man up, come up with a debate, give your sources, and we want to hear it. For me, I'm curious. I'm very, very curious to know if the Neteru, I want to know. So I want to learn. But you are yet to prove it in an HOK debate. That's all we are waiting for.
None of my students allowed to come on the. Am I mute?
No, go ahead.
None of my students allowed to come on the panel.
Yes, if they come in.
None of my students allowed to come on the panel.
Yes, if they come in, they can get on the panel, brother. They could get on the panel.
Okay, so is that Medu?
Why is that a question? None of my students are here. What
is that Medu there in the back?
Yeah, that's Medu.
Yes, it is.
I didn't know.
Bring your
students. Now we got Medu.
That was. All right, yo, we want to keep it clean. Brother Reggie, you want to say something? Reggie?
I'm gonna say something in a few minutes, but
was I responding to Sekou, or what? Just
all right, yeah, respond.
I don't like to gang up on Tehuti, right?
Ain't nobody ganging up on him, but we got to teach the truth. You know what the debate is, Reggie, and you know what not, brother. Keep your cool, brother. Don't come up acting like a damn savage. You're gonna be called on.
I'm not a savage.
All right. I ain't talking about you, Reggie.
I heard somebody call you a child.
Yeah, right? But Reggie, we ain't talking about that. Reggie, come on, man. Come on, bro.
He wasn't calling you Reggie. He wasn't talking about you. You're gonna misunderstand. He wasn't talking about you.
All right. I'm out. Peace, God. Keep doing your thing. I'm out.
Yeah, is your students scared like that? Who did they scared?
No.
This is the toughest environment. These suckers running from a little aggressive talking, man. God damn.
Sa, can I ask a question to Reggie?
Ask your question, brother.
Okay, Reggie. I know you can hear me. Okay. In all
your students a week like that, Tehuti? Niggas better man up. This is the toughest environment, baby.
Okay, you can hear me, Reggie? I can't hear you. You muted, Reg.
Yes. Go ahead. We can hear you, brother.
No, I mean Reggie. I want to. This is a question to Reggie.
You could have heard.
Nah, ain't no question to Reggie, brother.
No, this is a question. Listen.
Come on, bro.
Listen, I'm about to say it. Listen, because Reggie been on this longer than anybody, and Jabari is not. I don't want to put him in this. I want to ask Reggie, since day one of sa.neter's debates, all paid debates, have there ever been more than two people or just two people since every debate? It's always just been the person debating versus the person. Am I right?
No, with the Cosmon debate, there was a team debate. There was a team debate with Jabari and the three Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, but you know what he's talking about, Reggie. This wasn't a team debate. You know what he's talking about?
Right. So this wasn't a team debate. If it's a debate, it's between two people. But like, so I caution.
You was on the damn thing, Reggie.
That would mean you were Team Jabari. That's what that would mean.
Yeah, I was Team Jabari, but then I figured out I made a mistake, so I apologized to Tehuti. Okay. And I thought that y'all could have a full conversation, because I was first on your side, and then one is I should have.
So was that a debate between Tehuti and Jabari, Reggie, that you see?
It was a debate topic. It wasn't a real debate. It's like me and my sister Dots. You wanted to put the clock on, and I said, no, let's discuss, because it wasn't a debate. It wasn't a debate with my sister, right? So it started off with the clock and all of that. Somebody can interpret that as a debate. And I said, no, sa.neter, because then ultimately at the end of the day, we are just.
You do know it wasn't no clock with Jabari and Tehuti, Reggie.
No, I know that.
Okay.
So I think it was a debate topic that leads us to whether or not they want to debate or rematch or make it a full debate. Make it a full debate, right? Because it wasn't enough said. Well, it was a lot said. Actually, the Turin Papyrus was really a primary that they discussed. So the question is, on the Turin Papyrus, for example, who was right on a Turin Papyrus? Was it Tehuti or was it Jabari on a Turin Papyrus? The Turin Papyrus analysis was Geb, was Mad, was Ses, were they real?
Literal.
Well, be careful with that. I'll tell you why. They're always real and literal to the Egyptians. They may not be real and literal to our interpretation, but for the ancient people of Tawi, they were real and they were literal, right? Our analysis and modern, the modern way in which we deal with whether they were literal, no, they were symbolic. For the people in the culture, I think it's enough evidence to say that for them in their
but Reggie, what I want to deal with is today, is now. I don't really want to deal with the discussion that we had, because that's old news.
No,
we're trying to get Tehuti to defend his stance. If he think he beat Jabari that first time, then why is it a problem with getting in the ring and having a real debate?
Okay,
a real debate, brother. With
I understand that. Can I talk to Tehuti?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, my question, Saad, just let me finish it. So, Tehuti, I just want to ask you, if Jabari debates you this debate and he wins, will you stop calling it a rematch? But if he does lose, will you call you winning both times?
If we debate and he wins, will I still call it a rematch?
No.
Will I say he won both times?
Yeah. Will you concede to what he's saying, that it never was a debate?
Oh, he'll see the difference. Who's the difference between a debate and what is a real debate? He'll see the difference.
Who's he?
Jabari. If Jabari, because right now you want to
let sa.neter continue.
No. Right now you want to call it a rematch, Tehuti.
No,
but
I
if
don't.
Jabari beats you, don't you want to call this one a rematch?
No.
Okay. I'm out.
It's not about what I want.
Call it a rematch.
I want has nothing to do with.
I thought you said you wanted to call it a rematch.
I'll let you all finish, and then just let me when I.
Go ahead and talk.
I'll let you know. Let me know when I get at least 1 minute of.
Go ahead, Tehuti. Go ahead.
Okay, so a history took place of which I have footage of, and that history is not being allowed to be played which is the complete story of the situation. The debate that took place itself is not the complete story. There was an aftermath that took place, and I'm not allowed to show that aftermath for whatever reason. If this is source up or shut up, I do want to source up to let everybody know that it is not me that called it a rematch. It is not me that said that I beat Jabari. It was the footage after the debate.
You're talking about this old stuff again, bro. Because you bring it back. I'm trying to go forward with something new, bro. That's what I want to deal with. No, man. I don't want to waste time. It's getting late. Let me bring in one of your peoples, man. I think this one of your peoples here. What's up, bro? You got a question?
All the questions that are being asked are about what took place in the past. But as soon as I start talking about,
all we're gonna do is keep hopping on the past. Let's talk about now. Moon, you got a question, brother?
Now is a continuation of then.
Oh.
I don't.
Moon, you got a question?
I can't play.
Peace. I'm Good Seneb, Hanu to the great Salvatore Amenhotep Ra. Well, sa.neter for allowing me on. Peace to everybody on the panel. And I do have a question for Jabari.
Go ahead.
My question is, where in the writings does it show a person, an ancient follower mod, communicating with a spirit entity in the text?
Where does it show a person communicating with a spirit entity? We actually see it in several different places. We actually can see that, for example, a really good example would, sa.neter, if you could put us all on the screen. I wish I could pull the slide right now, but it would take me a little bit more time than I think that we should spend. But I think you might know what I'm referring to. If you go to the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut, you're going to see the description of her mother's divine intercourse with a moon. And you're going to see a moon in the form of her father. We also see the symbol of wisdom come down to tell her that she's going to have divine intercourse. And where does that intercourse occur? In the heavens, because we see that they are being held aloft by the ladies of the heavens. Clearly, this is a spirit. By the way, you can also, here's another good example. If you also look at the descriptions of how Ast receives the seed of Asar, very clearly we hear Heru say that he is the spirit, the efflux of Asar. And that's all the way from the Old Kingdom text. We're talking about what some would call the pyramid text. We see him say that he is the efflux of Asar. He is Heru. There are many instances where we see the description of spirit occurring. We also see Ast receive impregnation from Asar by thunder. Are you suggesting that someone could actually get pregnant from thunder? I want you to understand that the text continually speak metaphorically. And we're going to continue to see that throughout the text. We could go on I could show you many, many more sources.
All right.
Those are good. Those are a good beginning. The first one best answers your question because you're asking about a literal person, a historical person interacting with a divine entity. And so the first one is the best, the cleanest description of what you're describing.
All right, you got to follow up on Amun.
Thank you for your answer. Do you have any sources showing the person in the story, what you would call the physical person, directly seeing and speaking to an entity?
It's the same thing, same one. Go to the temple of Hatshepsut. Jeseru is what it's called in the Kemetic language. Today they'll call it Deir el-Bakhri. I go there every year and I show the sources. I show them directly on the wall. That's the best example where you'll actually see a historical person interacting with a deity. And in fact, that deity that is Amun is in the form of the father of Hatshepsut. It says that. It literally says it.
All right.
And of course, their intercourse we know occurs in heaven. It occurs in heaven. Have you seen the image? Are you familiar with the image at least?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes, you can show it if you like to.
So what?
Do you agree, Mo? Do you agree what he's saying?
I do agree with what the text says, but I do not agree with his interpretation exactly.
Could you
What is your interpretation?
Yeah, maybe you could.
I don't have an interpretation. I read what the ancestors say. And I
What
listen
the ancestors say?
Well, I would have to pull it up exactly to read what they say. I don't have it based on memory.
I think. Sorry. Okay. Am I still on mute?
No, we hear you, brother. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, Tehuti, we hear you.
Yeah, the brother wasn't asking about communication with a divine, a deity. He was asking about the communication of a person who's passed. If there's a reference to the living communicating with a person who is already passed, not to divine or not to deity, but an actual person that was once on earth. He was asking if there was a reference to that, any papyrus name or anything. Is that right?
That's what I'm asking. Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. That's not what I heard, but it seems like you're trying to clean it up. I don't know why you're trying to clean it up, but definitely there are many examples. Here's a good example. How about all of the incubatory sleep that we see human beings describing them asking for a remedy and then going into incubatory sleep and then speaking to Imhotep. And then they wake up and they say, Imhotep came to me and told me the healing. I could do this all day, brothers. I've been studying this for a long time. I could do this all day. That's a good example. And I'm not sure why someone would not know that example. There are many examples like that. Many.
There are.
There are many examples like that.
I can show the specific papyri if anybody wants to see the, not just talking, but actually name this.
What do you mean the specific papyri? What does that mean?
You haven't named the papyrus yet.
I didn't name the papyrus. I told you where it was on the wall. It's not a papyrus, brother. You do this a lot. You don't listen.
The name of the thing on the wall is not what being, the thing on the wall is not what was being. The thing on the wall is not what was being asked. There was specific stories of somebody who died, and that exact person, not Amun incarnating into somebody, not a deity, but a deceased person talking to a living person who was.
I just gave you an example when you look at the Temple of Imhotep. I just gave you an example. You are not listening. And then you say I didn't answer the question. Everyone heard me answer the question. Why do you continue to do that?
Okay, so the actual reference is Kanzu Heb.
You see how he didn't respond to what I just said, right?
Yeah, because you're not showing it.
The debate is hard. He doesn't respond. He does not respond.
I can show where it is and show what it is. I just like to if you're asked a question, yeah, let's see what you're talking about. What's this temple of?
Come on, Tehuti, if you want to.
Brother, you just asked me a question. You expected me to have a slide ready when he asked me the question?
Well, I seem to be ready.
That's because that's your man. Y'all talk about this all the
time. That's not whether it's my man or not.
Come on.
This is why.
Can I show the information, please? Can I show the information?
Go
answer
ahead.
to the question, because.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, can everybody see this?
Yes, we see it.
Okay. So this is Kanzu Heb.
Could you zoom in, please?
I don't know if I can. I'm not sure how it's showing.
You see those 3 dots on your upper right-hand side? If you go there, you'll see there, zoom.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. It said
I want to be
100%.
able to read what you're reading from. It's too small,
Okay.
and maybe I'm old, but
How about
okay.
that?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is Kanzu Mheb. Yes, and he's speaking to Nebu Samek. Nebu Samek. Nebu Samek is a deceased being. The actual translation is here. And this is a person actually speaking to someone who was calling on the neter, and a deceased person came. Now, while I was looking towards the west, he went up to the roof. He invoked the Netiru of the sky and the Netiru of the earth, and the southern and northern and western and eastern Neter of the underworld, saying to them, send me a strong or august spirit, or a Ka or a Ba. And so he came and said to him, I am your, then his damage there. During the night, next to his tomb, then the high priest of Amun, Kanzu Mheb, said to him, please tell me your name, your father's name and your mother's name, that I may offer to them and do to them that has been done for me, or done in their position. And said that august strong spirit, Nebu Samek is my name, Unkmen is my father's name, and Tamshes is my mother's name. And then it continues to go on where they're having a discussion, and this is a person who was killed or died in a war, and now the living person wants to do a proper type of preparation for him, and he said he's already gone through the preparation, but this is an actual deceased person having a conversation with a living person. I'll go ahead and take this off the screen. So just to give a reference, am I still on the screen? Am I still? I don't see anything. Can you also hear me?
You went off the screen.
I don't see.
Yeah, you went off the screen. You went off.
Can you all see me now?
You're not sharing.
But okay, I couldn't see anybody for a moment. It just went to sa.neter, toughest environment. Nobody was on the screen. So the ancient ones taught that the Ka and the Ba and the Ku and the Sekhem, the consciousness of individuals, even when they physically die, can still come back and interact with the physical, and they can be given offerings to, and then eventually be considered of what's a neter. They get the treatment, and they're called a neter, and they continue to have a relationship even after the physical has passed, and now they become a timeless one with no second death. And that is an example of a being that is in contact with a physical being. It's not a principle, it's actual spirit. And the ancestors believe that these beings, if they're properly treated, they do not die, and they're considered a neter afterwards, even in the death. So that's
I really want to say, Reggie, stop nodding your head. He's agreeing with me.
No, I'm not. I'm nodding my head.
Wait a minute. He's talking about someone speaking to a spirit. And I have told you, until I'm literally blue in the face, that the Kemetic people interacted with entities that were not literal and tangible. And now Tehuti is showing us, by the way, I don't know why he read that. There is no one who has even read a pamphlet on Kemet that would disagree with that, but nothing that he just read supports his argument.
What argument?
And is completely tangential. I speak to ancestors. I spoke to Baba Heru today.
One way or two way?
And by the way, we're not even talking about the reality here is that we weren't even talking about people who had been deceased. We're talking about deities. And so what you just showed was entirely tangential. It does not support your argument in any form or fashion.
It supports what the brother asked. That's all.
But why? What does that have to do with the argument? I also support what the brother asked.
You'd have to ask him. But you should be happy that I gave more tangible information to a question asker.
This is ridiculous, honestly.
What is happening?
So let's do this so we can start to gain some ground. Those are called letters to the dead. No big deal. They write them. But here's what we need to do. We need some contention going on so that we can actually get a debate topic. My brother Tehuti, you represent the house of the Aten. My brother Jabari, you represent a different house, and you probably follow a different natural rule. Last time I checked, the Aten was a contentious god because they felt Akhenaten was a heretic. Which should you follow, the Aten or the other Necharu? There's a topic. Was Akhenaten a heretic? There's another topic. Is what else? What else? Is Akhenaten the inventor of monotheism? There's another topic. Those are three topics we can start to discuss. We can get the contention going. We can see what's really going on, and we can have a good discussion in my art.
I was trying to talk.
Yeah, let Reggie speak, and then I'd like to address Asar. That's great. What do you say?
All righty. And Asar is a saber of mine, and he knows the text, and he has his fight he has a fight in this battle. The question is always where I had put up in the chat, right? Here's my contention. Okay, so Jabari, you had a two-way conversation with Baba Samaj Sefata today. Two-way conversation, right?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say?
I'm not going to share that with you. I will not share that with you.
Okay, I know.
It was a personal conversation. I would not share that with you.
I know. Okay, but the African who we are talking about, they shared the conversation. That's what Amon and Tehuti was saying, right? They actually share it. So that makes it for them, the African, real and literal, right? You won't share it, so I have to take your word for it, but they wrote it down. You don't understand what I'm saying?
I think that what you're saying, those things don't fit together whatsoever, Reggie, at all. First of all,
I'm still talking.
Go ahead. You asked the question. You said you don't understand what I'm saying. So
No, that wasn't a question.
It sounds like a question.
The only question I asked you was, what did Baba, the ancestor, the Asar, Baba?
If your question is rhetorical, I'm willing to listen. But you did ask the question.
Stop. Hey, listen. Listen. I'm having a conversation with you, right? Please do mod. Please do mod, because I think your version of mod is different than our version of mod.
Why are you doing that? You literally ended a sentence with a question in your voice. If you did not mean me to answer, I said I'm willing to stop and listen. And you're acting like I'm not being in Ma'at. I misunderstood your question.
Okay, fine. So now we have an agreement. You misunderstood my question, and I was explaining. I have some agreement with you, right? I have some agreement with you. I'm just trying to get to the part that the people of Tawi civilization, they think a whole lot differently than we think. Even when we read the text, sometimes that can't help us to understand how they really thought. Your position is it was real, but it's not literal. My position, and I think Tehuti's position is that it was, in fact, for them, very real and very literal, right? For them, not for us. Now I have to ask you another question, Jabari. Okay, so if it's real, but not literal, why do the modern day Kemetics do these rituals that they do if it's not real and literal? Because for the ancients, it was both real and literal. Why do we, in our time period, actually do these rituals if it's not literal?
You see how you asked the question and started talking, then you got upset with me last time?
Forget that. Forget that. Don't play.
Oh, just forget it.
No, I stopped.
Okay.
I was
okay.
Go ahead, answer the question.
Okay. First of all, I disagree with your assertion that the ancients believed that they were literal. I disagree with your assertion. And I want to say and once again, just for absolute complete clarity, could there be some people who think something that isn't supported by the text? Of course. We often see, for example, Christians, Muslims say things that are not supported by the text. There are always, when you talk about a large populace, you're going to have some people who understand things more clearly than others. So when I was asked that question earlier, so you're saying no one believed that the Neteru were real or literal? I said, I would never argue that. Just to clarify. But if you look at the text, you will see that these Neteru are not supposed to be as literal and tangible and physical as you or I. If they were literal and tangible, for example, Reggie is literal and tangible. I've seen him. While he often shows venom at me, I've shaken his hand and I've hugged the brother. And he can admit that we've done that, even though we argue a lot. I know that Reggie is tangible and literal. He knows that Jabari is tangible and literal. Jabari can never be Reggie, and Reggie can never be Jabari. It's just impossible. So why is it that when we look at, for example, the first Temaru, I'm just going to that text, we see the deceased become a Sar. If a Sar is tangible and literal, how can everyone who is Makeru, true voice, be a Sar? A Sar is a state, a principle, an energy, and it is extremely powerful, but it is not literal. We continue to see this. We see instances where deities transmute all the times. The Shabaka stone says that all deities are Ptah, and Ptah is all deities. How can something be literal and tangible if it can be in all places at all times? That defies the meaning of what tangible, literal, and physical means. If you want to change what tangible and physical literal means, maybe we could have a discussion. But tangible, physical, literal means that you can only be one thing, one entity at one time. Jabari will never be Reggie, will never be Sekou. It is impossible. But if all of us become a Sar, then how can a Sar be literal?
Easily.
Wait. So you had a conversation.
Nah, hold up.
Let me finish.
Hold on. Tahuti said easy. Tahuti said easy. See, he keep on fighting this, but he don't want to get in the ring and have the discussion on it. Go ahead, Reggie. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Reggie. He's muted.
Sa.neter, can I speak after Reggie?
No.
Reggie was muted. He didn't get to.
Yes, cool.
So then you had a conversation earlier just today with the Asar, who's now an Asar, Baba, Heru, Samaj, say Ptah.
Yes.
That was very real. It wasn't literal.
Yeah, it was real, but it wasn't literal. Yes, that's correct.
Wait. It was real, but it wasn't literal?
That's right.
So you didn't have the conversation?
No, I would say I did have a conversation. But we know that his body, his entity, was cremated. It was not in physical form. I asked a question. I received a dialogue, an answer. And by the way, the question I asked is a personal one. I would not share that. Not because I don't want to share Baba Heru's. It's the question Baba Heru is very personal to me. You know this. I asked him a personal question about the direction I'm taking in my life, and he gave me an answer. So I would not share that here. It's just not. Why would I do that?
But you believe that his answer to you, right, was real and literal.
No, I don't believe it's literal, but I believe it's real.
Okay.
I believe that the energy that is now Baba Heru coalesced to answer me.
Okay. Well, I think that people of Tawi believe that it was real and literal, but I'll leave it. I made my point. Thank you for answering. And I'll let Tehuti.
Can I ask you this in return? Can you see my point on everyone becoming a Sar? And how that would make the very concept of something being literal be very problematic?
No.
You don't see that point?
No, I don't see it being
all right. Let's move on because it's gonna get late. And before I bring on you, Sekou, Sekou, I don't know why is that so crazy, because I speak to my sister all the time. All of my loved ones that passed on, my brother, and definitely my mother, and I speak to them. And when I go in the room sometime, I see Cynthia speaking to her mother. She's in there and she's talking to her mother. She ain't crazy. She asking her mother for answers, and she received answers from her mother. So I don't know why is that so spooky to people. We speak to the spirit of the ancestors, and yet we feel that we get answers back. So I mean, I know I get answers back from my mother. I know that, and that's in my head. So I don't know why we acting like this is not real. I mean, real, but it's not literal.
But what do you mean not literal? That's the problem. People being confused. If it's
Sa.neter,
real,
can I come in?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yes. I think the example Jabari gave about Asa is very clear. If there's intellectual honesty, we all have to accept that part. Jesus Christ, because Christianity believed that he was a literal person, no Christian say when they die, they become Jesus. Because they know Jesus is a person, that they are going to go and meet him there, sitting down by his Father. No Christian say, I'm becoming Jesus when I die. Muslims don't say they become Muhammad when they die, because Muhammad have to be there physically. So the very idea that these people say they become Asa tells you the logic within their tradition. Now, I'm an African, and apart from Kemetic spirituality, I have also gone through a lot of spiritual understanding on the continent. I would take the Yoruba tradition, the Odu Ifa. That is the name of their scripture, the Odu Ifa. You will hear it from the Odu Ifa that Olodumare sent down the Orisha on earth to come and do creation. And among the creation, there was a female, and Oshun was abandoned by the other Orisha. And when they finished doing the creation, the water were drying up, and there were a lot of things going on because they abandoned the female Orisha. And these Orisha went back to Olodumare. They said, we're done with the creation, but then the waters are drying up. And he said, where is Oshun, the female among you? And they said, oh, we left her there. He said, you have to go make peace with her. Then everything will march together. Now, when Yoruba people read these stories, they are not reading that this thing happened in Jerusalem somewhere. They understand that the female have to be part. For the masculine to succeed, they have to be united with the female. They understand these things, that they are allegory. The energy is real. The feminine energy is real, but it is not something tangible. It is not something literal. But it is real in our life, in our family. We understand that the feminine energy and the masculine energy have to unite in order for life to go in any other level. If we have to have that as part of our philosophy. So the African spirituality, nowhere, even God Almighty is considered as literal. I will give you one example from Credo Mutua, who happened to be a Sangoma from South Africa. Read his book where he wrote, Indaba, My Children. He said when he went to get initiated, they told him, they said, my son, when you were a kid, a child, we used to tell you that there is one God and he is in heaven. But now that you mature, when we say God, we mean everything in everything. This is in his book. He said, but as a child, we used to draw images and tell you this is God because we want to give you an image as a child. But now that you have been initiated to the higher level, God just means everything in everything.
That's what I was trying to say earlier.
All right. Reggie, I don't know if you ever been with me when I would first come outside to open up and hang up my mat on the wall with the lynchings. I don't know if you ever been there. Have you ever been there to watch me open up before? Dr. Reggie? Huh?
Yes, thank you for unmuting my
All right.
mic.
And, I know I got Inky in the chat.
You do your own.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold up. I know I got Inky in the chat, and Inky definitely seen me one day when I would open up early in the morning. And the first thing I do is come there with a big bottle of water, Jabari. And what I do, every day, I never miss one day for damn near 20 years. I pour out ancestors because I got the pictures hanging on the wall, the lynchings hanging on the wall. And so I will pour out the water and I will talk to the ancestors. I say, in the name of the spirit and the power of the ancestors, please protect me from the evil, from the wicked that goes all around me today. And I will call on the spirit of the ancestors, Reggie. So yes, I talk to the ancestors, brother. And I did that for them in 20 years straight.
The issue is not the real part, because you really do that.
Yes.
The issue is the problem of these people interpreting African culture as not being literal. That's the problem. The problem is not the real. The problem is whether or not it was literal to them, and the type of literal, because we have a modern definition of literal, but there is an ontological definition of what they call ontological literal. And if you study African culture, it mixes with all the things that you say. For them, all things are possible. So I asked earlier, why do these rituals, the Kemet rituals, if they're not real and if they're not literal, then what's the point of doing them? What's the point? I don't understand.
I don't think you'll understand that, Reggie. I've tried to talk to you about it for damn near 30 years. You don't agree with me.
No, I understand
We've been having this conversation longer than sa.neter's platform has existed.
Exactly.
You're not going to agree, and I'm okay with that.
Well, I understand. I don't agree. Tehuti, you got to deal with this. You read the text, right? Asa reads the text. Asa, real quick. You're gonna say that
you got to get in the debates on Reggie. Tell him he got to deal with it. You're right.
Wait a minute.
That's why I wanted to talk to him.
Wait a minute.
Got to Tehuti. You got to.
He does not read the text. Not the way you're describing it. Tehuti, do you read hieratic?
No, you have to read hieratic.
What do you mean? The image that he showed us before was hieratic.
No, you can get you can get hieratic.
Now you can get it. I've been telling you for years you can get good translations, and you've been beating me up saying
no, that's not exactly what I said.
Now it's okay. Wait a minute. Now it's okay for Tehuti to read a translation. Ain't nobody, I would wager, read more text than I do. Nobody.
Okay,
Jabari, I have a question about it.
I can say something about that.
Wait a minute. Now all of a sudden, after you have been berating me for years, for 30 years.
You're so personal. I thought that after all the didactic text that you would have, you would focus on what we're talking about.
I allowed you to
going
speak.
back to that.
I allowed
one at a time, Reggie. One at a time.
You were not allowing me.
We're talking about a topic.
Now you are not
about how I treat you.
All right, hold on, Reggie. Let him finish.
You got upset when I thought you asked the question I went to answer. And now I'm speaking, you're not allowing me to speak. This is still an emotional issue with us, and I don't know why. I have no enmity for you at all, Reggie. But I continually see how when you're talking to someone else, the goalposts shift than when you're talking to Jabari. And everyone on this platform has heard me say there are really good translations. And you would constantly say, Jabari, he doesn't read the text. You even said that to Professor Small at the museum during my tour.
God, you bring up everything.
It wasn't even there.
So
I heard it later from, I guess you're going to continue to talk when I'm speaking.
I'm going to continue
I'm
talking.
not sure why you're doing that.
With the topic.
I'm not sure why you're doing that.
Because you're crying.
I am.
Come on, let him go. Let him go.
I am on the topic.
Well, it could be finished. Let him go.
I have never shared a tear over you, Reggie. Ever. Ever, and never will. Let's be very clear. You just said to Tehuti, he reads the text, as if I don't read the text. Then when I said, does he read hieratic? He doesn't need to. They're good translations. I've been saying that to you for 30 years. And now I read the text. I have upgraded since our first conversations. I don't read hieratic. And I assume that Tehuti doesn't read hieratic. I asked Tehuti whether he read hieratic, and he said no in our first conversation. So he showed us, he said it was a papyrus, by the way. It was not. It was an ostrakon. He doesn't know the difference between an ostrakon and a papyrus. He said it was a papyrus. I'll show you the papyrus. And he shows us an ostrakon. And an ostrakon was written in hieratic. He didn't read that. He read a translation. And I don't know why you're accepting that from him when you would never have accepted that from me. The reality is this. I have read the text like you read the text. Like everyone reads the text. And I'm saying to you that this is not how this works. I give you examples. You say you don't understand. I'm telling you that there are many instances in the Kemetic text, virtually every Kemetic text, when the Neteru give you examples of their intangibility. I showed you that actually Hatshepsut was actually given birth after her mother was inseminated in heaven. I know you know this, Reggie, but because you have such enmity for me, you can't even just say, yes, I know he's correct, because I know you know it. You are one of the most astute people I know, but you can't even just say, yes, he's correct. I don't know why. The challenge that I have here is that there are many examples of how the Neteru are extremely powerful, but not literal. And I give them to y'all, and you don't even respond to my comment. You just go on to something else. How could someone be actually be inseminated in heaven? I want you to answer that. How can someone die and become a Sar? If everyone who dies can become a Sar, then who is a Sar as a literal being?
All right. Hold on.
Wait a minute, sa.neter.
We got to close out, Jabari.
I get we need to close out, but they don't answer the questions.
I want to talk to Tehuti real quick. Tehuti, do you agree with what he said? If you do agree, then fine. If you don't agree, can you debate it? Do the ancient people of Tawi civilization, was their belief both real and literal, right? Given all the examples that he gave, or do you agree that they are real, but they're not literal? I want the debate.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So do I agree that they're real but not literal? I don't. My teachings is that the scribes taught that there were beings that they interacted with called Netiru, and some of them were their own ancestors. When they passed, they were called Netiru, and they contacted them after they deceased. Some of them were here physically and still were alive, and that other things also are called neter, that are non-tangible, but the neter that I'm speaking of specifically are tangible. And as far as Jabari, the other thing that Jabari said, do I agree with that? Can I go on the screen with everybody just so I can see everybody, please? As far as do I agree with Jabari, how can there be an Asar if everyone's called an Asar? Absolutely not. I mean, that's why I said it's so easy. there are real falcons. There is a real falcon that exists that you can see flying in the sky. It's a real thing. When sa.neter passed, he was called a falcon because he's symbolically imbuing that which a falcon does, although there are real falcons. I don't know if you've seen the movie Malcolm X. Anybody seen the movie Malcolm X? Did you see that, sa.neter? It was one of my favorites.
Of course, everybody's seen that, brother.
Okay. Remember what they were chanting at the end of the movie? It was an interesting chant. Anybody remember? They're showing people around the world chanting something.
I am Malcolm X.
Well, can you say that again?
I am Malcolm X.
I am Malcolm X.
Right.
That's what they were saying?
Yeah, I remember that. I was about to use that in the debate the other day.
Was Malcolm X a physical being that walked the earth?
Yes,
After Malcolm X died, were the people around the world chanting, I am Malcolm X, I am Malcolm X?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute. You're not going to get away that easily.
But there wasn't that
Nelson Mandela is actually Malcolm X. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying what
you agree with me.
No, I'm saying.
You see how easy it is.
I'm saying what KRS.
Wait a minute.
Let him finish. Let him finish, Jabari, because let him finish his point.
He answered the question.
That's me. I'm saying what KRS once said.
Oh.
I used to be Malcolm X, and when this happened, I used to be Harriet Tubman, and when this happened, I was Moses walking through because a part of our culture, anciently and even now, we call ourselves people that have passed all of the time.
Jabari said that. He said that.
How are you not agreeing with me?
So the question that was asked, how can there be a real physical Asar if everyone who's passed can call themselves Asar? Because we still do that today. Malcolm X was a real physical Malcolm X, literal. You could touch him, and then after he died, the whole world was chanting, I am Malcolm X, I am Malcolm X, because they're imbuing the power. So yes, you can be a physical being, and after you pass, other people that are still alive across the world can scream, not that they like Malcolm X, not that they agree with Malcolm X, they are saying, I am Malcolm X, just like the people in Kemet, when Asar was passed, they say, I am Asar, and the next man can say, I am Asar. You can become an Asar, just like those people are saying, I am Malcolm X, just like KRS-One has a whole song about how he's
The problem with that is the people that are saying that are not the netters. They are not the netters.
Nor are they Malcolm X
people
literally.
saying that.
Nor are they Malcolm X literally.
Right.
They never said they were Malcolm X literally, nor did the people of Kemet. Men were called netters. Ramesses is called a netter. sa.neter is called a netter. So yes, men were called netters, and when they were dead, other people can say, I am imbuing that spirit. Malcolm X, of course, he didn't call himself a netter because he wasn't even in that culture. The point that I'm making is that there are physical beings that walk the earth even today, and when they pass, other people can call themselves that physical being.
Did you hear Reggie's question, brother?
That is the point.
You didn't even answer Reggie's question, brother.
Who?
You did all that and didn't answer Reggie's question.
And I don't.
You, Tehuti. You didn't answer his question.
Whether I agreed with him or not, I just.
No, you didn't answer Reggie's question. He asked you a question.
If I agree with what he said, and if I don't agree, will I debate him? Is that the questions?
Yep.
Yeah. Do I agree with what he said? No, and I just gave the answer. No.
So if you don't agree with him, would you debate him on it?
And I've already. So
we're gonna go. Wasted our time today, huh?
No, because this wasn't about that.
What part of my art is that, brother?
This wasn't about that topic. This meeting tonight was not about that topic, was it?
It was to see if we could get a debate topic.
Yes.
And all these hours you couldn't get a debate topic because for some reason you are scared. You fear to defend the topic, brother.
Can I say something to my brother Tehuti real quick? Because
that's not the debate topic that I'm agreeing upon. We're supposed to be agreeing upon a debate topic. I don't agree.
You ain't come up with nothing. You scared. You ain't come up with nothing, bro.
None of us came up with any.
Well, you could have came up with one. Jabari coming up with something.
I have some. I
came up with them. Ma'at laws. I came up with that. Jabari said it's not good enough. I came up with
what
laws
was
of Ma'at. You just want that to be the only topic we discuss.
What do you say? What did you
He
come up
said
with?
he came up with the Ma'at laws, Jabari, the Ma'at laws.
And the 14.
You just say the Ma'at laws. What was the
No,
title?
I don't agree that there's any such thing called the 42 laws of Ma'at, or the Kemetins have acknowledged 42 laws of Ma'at. You said that's not a good enough topic. That's not juicy enough, or however you right. So I did come up with it.
The reality is that we speak of the 42 laws colloquially. The reality is that they're on different papyri per Temheru, not all the laws are the same.
So the point is that I came up with a topic. You don't. You two topics. The 14 too. The 14 parts of the soul.
Wait.
You don't want to debate that, and you want to debate this netter topic.
It has to be one that we disagree on. I might not describe it the same way as you did, but I actually agree that there are more than 42. I just agreed with you.
Okay, so then there's not a debate topic.
What are we debating?
So I disagree with the thing about 14 Asar being cut up into 14 parts. But you don't want that. I don't want the netter debate.
A whole debate topic.
None of us have a topic that we agree upon. This was supposed to be us getting together, not to talk about the netter debate. We're supposed to organically come up with a topic. And we didn't come up with a topic. I didn't come here to only do the netter debate. That's not what the title says.
Can I respond, sa.neter? I just want to say that when we give the example of people saying, I am Malcolm X, you're actually seeing that the people on the ground understand allegory.
Yes.
That's what we're seeing.
Yes.
Nelson Mandela is not Malcolm X, but he is Malcolm X.
Exactly.
So I want you cannot say exactly and then argue what you're arguing. Those are incompatible. The reality is that the actual people understand allegory. And the challenge that we have here is that virtually everyone understood that they were going to become Asar. We see births by thunderstrike. We see insemination in heaven. We see all of these things. And this is from the text. This is from the text. Not from my estimation of something. I hate when people make it sound like this is something modern that we're doing. What
did I say about Malcolm? What did I say about the Malcolm X example that was wrong?
I'm not finished yet, brother. Hold on.
What did I say wrong though?
We're not reading. We're not. The reality is that you're giving a very poor example. They are saying that they understand symbolism when it comes to Malcolm X.
And they understand
and the reality is Malcolm X is a very different character than Asar. If you would like, I'm not finished, Tehuti.
Okay. That's okay.
I have been to the gravesite of Malcolm X. If I so chose, I could literally go with a shovel and dig up his body. It is there. It is there. I know many people who literally experienced and dealt with Malcolm X. One of our elders that's on this channel all regularly knew his sister intimately. I'm talking about Professor Small, who was her security guard, knew Malcolm X. Many of the people that I have known literally broke bread with him. In fact, they talked about him as a human being. They talked about things that they didn't agree with him on and things that they did agree with him on. Malcolm X is not Asar. Asar is an entity that was born of another Neteru, an entity that did not, that was fully formed, was not a child. There is no child Asar.
All right, Jabari, I got this.
I know it's late, sa.neter, and it's really late for me, but I'm trying to make it clear to people, and I need to drum this home for a second. We see Asar as a green-faced entity who is murdered, split into pieces, reassembled. We understand that even in the narrative of Asar, no one is trying to say that Asar lived the same type of life that a Malcolm X did. Malcolm X was a literal physical person, yet our people understand symbolism and allegory. Something similar is occurring with Asar. I'm going to be really clear. There is nothing that tells us that Asar was a literal physical person. There is no one grave where you can find a body. There are many graves. We know that as they tell the story, there are many, many items of the story that are clearly an allegory. And let's be clear, everyone becomes a SAR. Not the same way that everyone becomes Malcolm X. If that's the case, then Nelson Mandela was Malcolm X. And you don't agree that Nelson Mandela was Malcolm X. So you're actually agreeing in allegory, but then when it comes to the Neteru, now all of a sudden they have to be literal and tangible. I don't understand how you think that argument assists your overall narrative. It doesn't.
Okay. Morpheus, you got a question, brother? Because we got to make it quick now.
Morpheus on mute, I think.
No, you good. Go ahead, Morpheus.
Y'all hear me, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Peace to everybody. On the panel, real quick.
Peace.
It's a good conversation. I'm going to say a word, right, that nobody has addressed. We've heard real. We've heard literal. I'm going to say a word, and I don't mean this word in a negative connotation, which sometimes people take it as. Tell me if you agree on this definition. The word is imaginary. And it means, and I'm reading, it means existing only in the mind or imagination, not in reality, like imaginary friends, places, or events. It evolves thoughts, feelings, or scenarios created by our brain that aren't physically real, but can still affect us. Would you agree with that definition of imaginary? And would it be fair to say that it's imaginary based on this AI definition? You know what I mean? And when I say imaginary, like I said, I don't mean it in a negative connotation, but just looking at the word imaginary because it exists in my mind. You know what I mean? It's just in my brain and it can affect life, but it's not in, based on definition, in physical reality, but it is by definition imaginary. Would that be fair to say?
Tehuti?
Anybody?
I think that
I was on mute. Okay, let's get us back to the screen.
Yeah. I just want to know.
Would you definition? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just asking, right? Would that be fair? You know what I mean? To use the term imaginary. You know what I mean? Because in other words, it's like when I talk to my relatives, right? And I don't hear them audibly. You know what I mean? I don't hear it's not audible. But like you said, Sar, like you talk to your moms or whoever, I hear them in my mind. So therefore, that would be imaginary.
That's okay. Yeah, I'd like to address that. You just added something different. I'd like to address that, Morpheus.
Yeah, thank you. But you understand my question? What I'm asking?
Yes, the first one. The second one was different, but yes, the first one.
I just wanted to expound on it a little bit more.
Yes. So imaginary is creating images in your mind that only exist. It's limited to just your experience. It's in your head. It doesn't exist outside of your head. But the second one was something can exist inside of your mind or your head or directly to you, and the person still acknowledges that it's coming from outside of the mind, such as sa.neter having conversations with his relatives, such as I teach that. Now, can anybody hear it outside? Can anybody hear Baba Heru talking to Jabari other than Jabari? No. Can anybody hear sa.neter's relatives? No. Can anybody hear mine? No. Right. Is it real? Is it actually happening? Or is it principles? Are those actual sentient beings communicating? Because Baba Heru still exists, even though his physical body's not here. But it is specifically Baba Heru who's talking. It's not another person. It's not a great grandfather. It's Baba Heru speaks to Jabari as in a realm that's not tangible. So it exists in Jabari's head, but it is real and literal because there is a Baba Heru. Baba Heru is communicating directly with Jabari, and Jabari is directly communicating back. So in the world of Jabari, Baba Heru is 100% a real, literal, existing entity.
So would you agree that that would be subjective and not objective?
It would 100% be subjective.
Okay.
If no one else can attest to it. So somebody could say that's directly Jabari's experience. And only if Baba Heru communicated with someone else to say, yes, I communicated with Jabari, but then you need a third person to verify that one, right? And then you need it because no one can hear. Baba Heru is not talking using the vibration of eardrums. Somebody could be in the
but Jabari, my brother, could you expound on that a little bit? I'm just trying to get different perspectives. You know what I mean?
I don't believe that anyone else would have been able to perceive with their five senses a conversation I had with my elder who passed.
Not your personal experience. I'm just generalizing as far as imaginary. You know what I mean?
I think that the term imaginary is so loaded that it's hard to use.
I know it's hard. That's why I started with. I don't mean it in a negative.
I'm not sure that most people would be able to. If I say to you, and I'm gonna tell you know this, Mr. Morpheus. If I say the net two are imaginary, there's gonna be 87 cajillion.
I know
videos.
it's hard. I'm sorry, I didn't listen.
And they're not gonna give context.
Right, exactly. And
so,
I didn't mean to throw a stink bomb in the room.
Yeah, I mean,
but
I truly believe when we say imaginary, some people believe that there's a common phrase, a figment of our imagination, which sort of means that we've generated something that everyone else should say this person has lost it. That
like
is not
delusion, right? Delusion.
But that's why
I don't believe that my conversation with Baba Heru was delusional.
Exactly.
But I will say that it probably is subjective. My wife was laying next to me, and I woke up and said, "Did you hear Baba Heru have a conversation with me?"
And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that, right? I'm just trying to get clarity, and that's why I said based on the definition of imaginary. You know what I mean? And I know it's loaded. That's why I started with. I don't mean it when I say it in a negative way, but based on the definition of the term and word we're using, and it exists in my mind. You know what I mean?
All right. We got to move forward. Last question, Zion.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Tehuti, you know what I'm saying? We know the difference between what is considered, and I understand like when we get into a discussion or whatever, and it's a back and forth, that is considered a debate. But there is an official, what an official debate is, as opposed to what is an unofficial debating. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when we're talking about debate in these platforms, me and you were in the lines then together, and I have a great respect and honor for you, brother. And you know what I'm saying, I love you to death. I really would have loved to see you and him debate something, even if officially, not unofficially, you know what I'm saying? Like a conversation back and forth, but you know how an official tissue debate, you know what I'm saying? That I don't know why it's like you feel like it's like pulling freaking daggone teeth. You know what I'm saying? To just get in the ring and have your time and your presentation and Jabari respond and have his time. And
he's scared. That's why he's scared.
I've never seen him scared of nobody. You know what I'm saying?
He's scared of Jabari.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand it. I think that maybe you didn't want to debate that topic again. I can see that possibly.
He never debated that topic.
Yeah, but it wasn't an official debate, so therefore I wouldn't consider it something that you would document as a win. Because I always say, ain't no back chat bang or no comment section back and forth a debate. I don't consider those a debate. I consider the actual professional conduct, the orderly, structured debate, an official debate. That's when you claim a win. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying? Okay, you got a couple of thumbs up over here in a conversation. So you know, respectfully, brother, you know what I'm saying? I think that you're cheating us and you're cheating yourself. I love you, brother. I'm just gonna tell you straight up, man. I seen you at work, man. And I don't think that this is, I think that this, I couldn't stand in the ring with Jabari. I'm gonna keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? Jabari is, you know what I'm saying? I am not at his level, especially on this topic. You know, I have no skin in the game. I have no, you know what I'm saying, skin in this game. But Jabari, I respect Jabari's intellect highly and your intellect very highly. This you two in a ring is amazing, and I don't know why it's so hard. That's all I'm saying, brother. You know, and I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be responded to or whatever. You know what I'm saying, if you don't wish to, but respectfully, man, I feel like you're cheating me. I feel cheated. That's all I have to say.
Dua.
Big shout out to you, Jabari, too.
Dua, brother. Dua.
Yes, sir.
Can I speak, sir? You on mute, sir?
Oh, Zion?
Yes, go ahead. Rakufu.
All right. So I just wanted to read what we have in the analysis of the word. What is the difference in literal and real? That's an excellent question that bridges philosophy and language. While the words literal and real are often used interchangeably, especially in common speech, they have distinct meanings. Okay? So literal refers to the strict primary or non-figurative meaning of a word or phrase. Focus, language, words, and interpretation. Definition, adhering exactly to the word or words without exaggeration or metaphor. For example, if I say my boss gave me a ton of work, the literal meaning is that my boss gave me 2,000 pounds of paper, which is false. The figurative meaning is that my boss gave me a lot of work, which is true. So, and I can read the real. Real refers to actual existence, something that is not imaginary, fictitious, or pretended. Focus, existence, substance, and true. Definition, existing as a thing or occurring as a fact, actual, not artificial. Example, a dollar bill is real. It exists as a physical object. 1,000-foot tall talking unicorn is not real. The difference is in context. The difference is most important when discussing beliefs, like the one when being discussing concerns the ancient Egyptian deities. That's from Gemini, and they got your name in there, Jabari, Professor Jabari. That's a trip. I just pulled it up, and they had everybody on this panel. I don't know how my computer do that, but it got all y'all on the panel and what this discussion is about. So that's the difference.
Really?
Literally, yeah, I swear to God, Gemini is wild. This is wild.
Wow.
This is wild.
The new age technology, Jabari. This is crazy.
Wow.
They hear us talking about this now?
Yep. Wait. I'm gonna show you what it says right here. It says y'all name. Let me see.
What?
I'm gonna go back up.
Technology, man, is bad.
Man,
They're watching this
Scary.
right now.
that's scary, huh?
Watching this.
That's big brother, boy.
Let me
The AI
go.
is watching this.
Yeah, this is in Gemini. I got it on my Microsoft computer. Then it comes down.
Okay, I'm gonna get up out of here.
All right, brother.
Hey, Sal,
Hey,
can
wait.
I ask
real
one?
quick,
Can
real
I ask
quick.
one last thing?
Real quick, before you go, Morpheus, the
Yes,
video
sir.
you are viewing features Professor Jabari Osaze, historian, author, comedic preach. That's what it says. Go ahead. So, that's
They're
what it
watching.
says. Yeah, it said it.
Hey, Morpheus, what you got another question for who?
Well, it's not a question; it's a statement. Real quick, it sounds like, right? To my understanding, right, that through the history of Kemet, different dynasties taught different things, right, about the Neters. Am I correct? So, if that's so, is it that Brother Jabari and Tehuti are talking teachings from two different dynasties? Because you understand what I'm saying? Because the teachings are different based on the dynasties. So
Nah, they speaking from the same thing.
no, but different dynasties have different teachings about the Neteru.
Yeah, but they speaking from the same dynasties.
And what dynasty is that?
Ask them. They'll tell you.
Good. Okay. In
Close us out, Tehuti. Let's go, man. Scary cat. Close us out, scary cat.
You like that, sa.neter? You like
Yeah, you done wasted my goddamn on time, man. So scared. Everybody can see you debate this. I can imagine how your students is looking right now, man. Like, yo, go up in there and do what you got to do, man.
This was a waste of time to you?
Yes, it was. Because we didn't get a debate out of it. So it was definitely a waste of time to me. It was. And I know it was for Jabari, too.
Okay.
It's not
So
over, sa.neter. Just ask them to rethink and get back to you. So
I ain't wasting my time no more, brother. I ain't doing it.
get back with the
Brother,
debate.
that's a grown ass man, Reggie. After this, I move on, brother. I'm
No,
good.
we want the debate.
He don't want it. He's scared, man. I'm not going to do all that. The people want the real debate. They want the literal debate. He's scared of that. Even though he teach it, he's scared of that topic for some reason. I'm good. I'm moving on from here, brother. We'll get somebody else, brother. I'm good.
did Morpheus drop off?
Yes. Yeah, close us out, brother. I'm gonna have Jabari close us out, and we good. We done.
Okay.
We move on from here, man.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to close out. I'm also going to address the last thing that Morpheus said before he left. We are, and I agree with sa.neter, we're teaching from multiple dynasties because in actuality there wasn't any such thing called dynasties back then. But what I reference are thousands of years of references to what the ancients stated about the sa.neter, and it wasn't limited to just one group's teachings at all. The teachings were thousands of years span. Okay, so peace and love to everyone. I enjoyed most of this conversation. I enjoyed most of this, and this was very interesting to me. Thank you everybody for your time. We did try to flush something out naturally. I did say from the very beginning my stance on that. On the topic of the Netiru, it is hard for everybody to understand where I stand because there are certain things that I can't show, and so because of that, what can I do? But peace and love to everybody. Hotep, Hetepu, Ma'at, Anki Ma'at,
You let a lot of people down tonight, Booty. They going in on you, brother. You let a lot of people down, brother.
Because the narrative is being limited and the story is being I can't show.
Ain't no narrative being limited, brother.
I can't
you let
show
a lot of people down, brother. Don't go nowhere. Let Jabari close out. Go ahead, Jabari, close us out.
I can't show everything.
I have to say that this is a little frustrating for me because I had a conversation that I thought was an interesting one. I thought that Brother Tehuti was proven incorrect on many occasions during that conversation. And I recognize what sa.neter was doing. Sometimes it annoys me, but I know what he's doing and I appreciate what he's doing. Sa.neter was promoting this because he saw a brother in Tehuti that is articulate, that is intelligent, and that is read. And he's constantly trying to find people who will be able to come onto his platform and elevate the conversation. He had hoped that Brother Tehuti was going to do that. And so, and I see no reason why he couldn't do that. I think that I also, even though I disagree with him vehemently here, and even am frustrated by his behavior during this period, I still think that he's intelligent, he's read, he's done some work. I would hope that he would be willing to describe how his study, his research have brought him to this particular point, but he doesn't seem willing to do that. The thing that became very frustrating for me is that I began to realize years later that he was telling people that he had defeated me. It was years later. I was not aware he was doing that. I was not aware of it. I have not been watching his content. Not for any negative reasons, not because I don't think that his content might be interesting or anything. I just hadn't. Right? It just hadn't. I don't mean that as a negative, as a slight on him. I just hadn't watched his content. But when I became aware of what he was saying, I got frustrated by it because I still feel that he is misrepresenting what occurred. And I don't think that is a proper way to behave in Ma'at. I don't. And so that is frustrating to me. Over the course of the last few weeks, sa.neter has attempted to get a debate going. He spoke to me about it. I said, listen, I didn't even think the topic was enough for a debate, but because he's been going around and seeding the audience, let's do it. Let's do it. I think that enough people would like to see us discuss this topic that it would be worthwhile. And we've attempted to have these conversations with Tehuti. He is not interested in having this conversation unless I prostrate myself in some way that would pretend that that I believe something happened that I know did not happen. There's so many different reasons why everyone understands, except his students, that what we had was a discussion. Are there some people who believe that he prevailed in that conversation? Sure. Sure. Are there people who believe that he didn't prevail? Of course. But sa.neter's promotion led to more people saying, oh, I think that Tehuti beat him, and we want to see that debate. That's what sa.neter does, and I don't blame him. I mean, this is the way that he actually gets people to engage in dialogue. So I get it. Did I think that sa.neter actually believed that Tehuti had defeated me? Why in the world would he be promoting me as someone who's not been defeated from the next day on?
And still calling you the heavyweight undefeated champion.
So the reality is
that on record too.
He thought that Tehuti did well in the conversation, well enough for us to have a really good debate, and it just hasn't happened. And in the last few weeks, we've tried to cultivate that. It seems pretty clear that Tehuti wants to talk about anything else but that. So I'm not sure what else to do. At this point, I would love for it to just be behind us, because I don't want to have any enmity for this brother, who I think is doing some things that are intentionally misrepresenting the situation. But the reality is he's a Kemetic teacher. I'm a Kemetic teacher. I would rather us work together than spend time arguing with each other. So if that's what we're going to do, then that's what we're going to do. We'll find some other discussion that that we can have, and we'll work from there. I also, and I need to say this at the very end, I'm going to close here. I think that some people are trying to change the narrative and try to they are bending the definitions of words so far that they have no meaning anymore. Everyone on the planet knows what literal is. Everyone. If someone says, I told my wife this, and you say, you literally said that, everyone knows what that means. Look at Key and Peele and their conversation about their wives. There's a great sketch about them saying they told their wives this and they called them these derogatory terms. And as soon as the wife comes in the room, they change their tune. And in that whole debate, in that whole skit, the guy that's hearing what this other guy did goes, you actually said that. You literally said that. Everyone knows what it means. Why in the world are we not at the point where we can distinguish between something that is literal and something that is figurative, that is allegorical? I want to be really clear, and I've said this so many times, many people have died for freedom, but freedom is not tangible. Freedom is extremely important. The United States fought a war that killed over 300,000 people over freedom. It is not tangible. Some of my ancestors, people whose names I now know, died for freedom. Very important to them. But if you ask them to show it, they would not be able to do that. By the way,
Jabari, you know the young brother came back on my channel the other day, and he was still arguing that you were wrong, that consciousness is literal. My man Harwin, he was still saying that, Jabari.
I don't know why we're having that. By the way, sa.neter, we have a sister on our platform named Sister Freedom.
Uh-huh.
Because her name is Sister Freedom, that now freedom is tangible, we understand the difference. That is a sloppy, lazy argument. Just because we have a Sister Freedom and people have died for freedom, that does not mean that now freedom is literal. So I'm not exactly sure where we go from here. I was almost preparing to show an image of me in 7th grade dressed as Nightcrawler. Some of you who are comic book fans know who I'm talking about. I literally had a Nightcrawler costume on, and I wanted to ask everyone on the panel.
I love Nightcrawler.
Was Jabari actually Nightcrawler? Was Jabari actually Nightcrawler? I mean, we can do all sorts of things and pretend and even take things very seriously that are not literal. And I'm not sure why people aren't understanding that. The only thing I will say to you is the Kemetic tradition is not the same as the Christian tradition. There are many differences that have occurred in Christianity in the 4th century. Christianity was not always this way.
Can I ask you a question, Jabari, real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, so real quick, because I was actually dealing with this when we deal with like how Greeks looked at divinity was quite different from how Northeast Africans and Semitic or Afro-Semitics looked at divinity, and there was a big shift. Did you agree with that?
Yes, most of the Greeks, all of the Greeks, Greek literature was in allegory. And why was it that way? Because they got it from Kemet. Diodorus Siculus says that Zeus every year goes to Ethiopia to dine with the faultless men.
Go ahead,
they're telling you that the source is African. So that's why the Greek tradition and many of the other traditions in the Mediterranean world looked very different. But there was a period in our history as human beings, the 4th century, where one tradition said, our tradition is similar to all of yours, but the reason why ours is better is because it is literal. It actually happened. And I have shown you the quotes. Justin Martyr says this.
Right.
That's
so
what
yeah,
this
I
happened.
just perfect. So right there, when we talk about the difference between Miaphysitism and Diophysite, you know what I'm saying, positions in looking at divinity, how the Greeks looked at gods coming down to earth as opposed to how African people looked at things that could be literal as being divine, right? We saw divinity even in natural things as opposed to how the Greeks looked at the divine, you know, with Zeus and Perseus and stuff. Do you think that African Christianity or like Ethiopian Christianity kind of leaned more towards the Afrocentric position as opposed to how the Hellenized Christians looked at it?
I honestly believe that, and this is not meant to be a damning critique of the Tewahedo Church in Ethiopia, but I do believe that most practitioners of Ethiopian Christianity believe that they're talking about a literal story, and that is because the literalism that has pervaded this world because of, obviously, it's because white folks, it's because Europeans said this is what we're going to stand on. And in fact, they killed people who didn't agree.
Right.
They killed people who didn't agree. I have been saying for almost 15 years, get the book Jesus Wars. Almost no one who debates me or has discussions with me has actually gotten it. So we should understand that there were very different perspectives on Christianity until the 4th century. And now, as people who are trying to reclaim African traditions outside of the European milieu, we've actually we still have a distance to go, because I think we're still looking at even our African traditions from the same perspective, because I would say we've been infected with European literalism, and that's a problem. It is a problem.
Okay.
So,
appreciate
anyway,
it. Thank you, sir.
That was a long answer, sa.neter, but
it was great. It was great.
You know, my wife said to me, you know, you're going on at 10, you're going to not get off until 2. I said, no, I have to get up early in the morning. I might as well sleep down here and say, oh, babe, I fell asleep instead. Because when I go upstairs, I'm going to go to bed. She going to go, and go right back to sleep. Anyway, family, I'm always honored to speak to you. I really hope that we continue to have powerful conversations, even ones where we disagree. And I'm hoping that we'll also find ways to be of one accord, even though we don't agree on everything. Peace.
All right. I want to say, Brother Tehuti, you still my brother. I got love for you, brother. You just not a warrior. You know, you just not built for the toughest environment. You know, you wanna go to where people agree with you at. I understand that.
Really?
And that's why Zion Wardchild is up for the fight. You see that goddamn barbarian right there? Zion Wardchild is coming into the HOK debate coliseum. Ain't here to play no games, man.
Hey, sa.neter.
This ain't no yeah, what's up, brother?
Have I not won every
Shake the fear, brother. Shake the fear.
Have I not won every debate I've had on HOK or no?
No. No, I gotta strip you of all that, brother, because we don't cry over here. We don't yeah. I gotta strip you of all that, brother.
You're gonna strip me of all my wins? So they were wins, you're just stripping them. Okay.
Nah, I'm only messing with you, brother.
I've won all my
Damn.
Nah, I'm only messing with you. It's just that you're afraid of this one. You realize that you was in over your head. That's all it is. And you know that you know Jabari was not going to say, yeah, you got it. So that was your way out. And you knew you was in over your head. But anyway, peace and black power to you, brother. Go ahead and do your thing. Go over there and go ahead and preach to the choir, brother. Because that's all you're doing is preaching to the choir. The people who already believe in you. You good. Peace. And with that, family, I'm out of here, y'all. We out. Peace. Disappointed in you, brother Tehuti.
I've debated